What if the very thing you long for most could shatter your world? Hannah stood at the edge, one foot poised over a chasm of choices, heart racing like thunder in a storm. The moon shone pallidly overhead, illuminating the jagged rocks below, casting shadows that danced like whispers of what was to come. A rustle in the underbrush echoed her inner turmoil, a reminder that the choices she made tonight would ripple through the fabric of her life in ways she could scarcely comprehend. She could almost hear the voices of the past calling her name, taunting her with half-remembered promises and unfulfilled dreams. Memories surged like a tide. Laughter shared with friends who had vanished. The warmth of her mother's embrace now a ghostly echo. Each recollection tightened the noose of her anxiety, while an unspoken dread loomed like dark clouds on the horizon. If she took this leap, could she still return? Around her, the night was alive with tension. Crickets chirped in a rhythm that mirrored her racing heart, while the wind howled mournfully through the trees, as if mourning the innocence she was about to leave behind. The air was thick with anticipation, and every breath felt like a countdown, leading her toward an inevitable climax. Just as she steeled herself, a distant shout sliced through the stillness, a crack that broke the surface of the night and sent her thoughts spiraling. Had they found out? Panic twisted in her gut. The secrets she had buried were clawing their way back, threatening to expose truths she wasn't ready to confront. The air crackled with electricity, the kind that heralded storms or reckoning. Her instincts screamed to flee, yet something deeper rooted her feet to the ground. In that fraught moment, Hannah couldn't shake the feeling that this was a point of no return. The flickering green light of her phone buzzed in her pocket, a lifeline to the world she was about to abandon. But it was just a distraction, a reminder of everything she was leaving behind. What awaited her on the other side? Hope? Despair? Death? The answers lurked behind that veil of darkness, tantalizingly close yet impossibly out of reach. She inhaled sharply, steadying herself against the onslaught of emotions. It was now or never. The weight of her decision pressed down like a boulder, but the thrill of the unknown ignited a fire within her. Every heartbeat echoed like a war drum, urging her forward. With one final glance at the life she'd known, Hannah took a breath steeped in resolve and stepped into the abyss, where history was waiting to unfold in breathtaking, haunting clarity. The air was thick with anticipation as Hannah stood on the edge of the precipice, her heart pounding against her chest like a war drum. Below, the river twisted like a silver serpent, glimmering in the waning light of the day. Shadows crept over the land, carrying whispers of forgotten stories, tales etched into the very fabric of time. For Hannah, this moment was more than a choice. It was a reckoning, a connection to her ancestors whose struggles and triumphs shaped her very existence. In the small town of Cedar Grove, where Hannah lived, every street held echoes of the past. The cobblestones bore witness to the footsteps of revolutionaries and dreamers, each leaving behind a legacy that intertwined with hers. As she peered into the depths of the river, memories flooded her mind. The stories told by her grandmother, the flickering images of a life filled with resilience and hope. The town had seen its fair share of heartache. The Great Fire of 1897 had ravaged homes and dreams, yet it was the strength of the people that rebuilt them. Hannah's family had endured, their roots entangled with the very soil of Cedar Grove. Her great-great-grandfather had fought in the Civil War, his bravery a beacon that lit the way for generations. The old church on the hill, with its weathered steeple, stood as a testament to that indomitable spirit. As dusk settled, Hannah's thoughts turned to the diary she had discovered in the attic, its pages yellowed with age. It belonged to her grandmother, a woman of fierce determination who had once marched for women's rights, her voice rising above the cacophony of dissent. Each entry in that diary was a pulse of her grandmother's heart, revealing the struggles of a woman who refused to be silenced. Hannah clutched it tightly, the weight of history pressing against her chest. The scent of lilacs filled the air, bringing her back to the present. Her best friend, Lily, approached with a smile that radiated warmth. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her curiosity evident. Hannah hesitated, torn between the comfort of the known and the pull of the unknown. I'm just thinking about our past and everything that has led us here, Hannah replied, her voice soft yet heavy with emotion. Lily nodded, understanding that sometimes the past felt like a ghost, haunting their every step. That night, as the moon hung high and bright, Hannah couldn't shake the feeling that her life was on the brink of change. She lay in bed, her thoughts racing like the river below, wondering about her future and the uncharted territory ahead. Days turned into weeks, and whispers of an impending storm loomed over Cedar Grove. The town was set to celebrate its centennial, a time for reflection and joy. However, the air buzzed with tension. Rumors of unrest were brewing, and not just in the town square. The nation was on the cusp of transformation, and Hannah felt a stirring deep within her, a call to action that echoed the voices of her ancestors. The day of the celebration arrived, vibrant banners fluttering in the wind, laughter mingling with the sweet notes of a brass band. But beneath the surface, the cracks were beginning to show. Discussions of equality and justice swirled among the townsfolk, simmering just below the festive exterior. Hannah felt the weight of her grandmother's legacy pressing upon her shoulders, urging her to step forward. As the evening unfolded, Hannah found herself drawn to a small gathering near the old oak tree. A local historian spoke passionately about the town's role in the Underground Railroad, a secret network that helped enslaved people find freedom. The stories he shared ignited sparks within her, awakening a sense of purpose she had long buried. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby. A group of protesters had emerged, chanting for change, their voices a powerful wave crashing against the walls of complacency. Hannah's heart raced. She remembered her grandmother's words, "Stand for what is right, even when your voice shakes." She felt the pull of history, the weight of the past urging her to join the cause. In that moment, she knew she couldn't stand by. With each step she took toward the crowd, the echoes of her ancestors surged within her, filling her with determination. The world around her faded, leaving only the voices of those who fought before her, their spirits intertwining with hers. The protest grew in intensity, a magnetic force drawing people together, igniting conversations that needed to be had. Hannah stood shoulder to shoulder with strangers, their shared hopes and dreams weaving a tapestry of unity. As she raised her voice, the words flowed like a river, passionate, fierce, alive. Tears of joy and pain mingled as the crowd surged with emotion, a vivid reminder of the struggles they faced. In the midst of the chaos, Hannah caught a glimpse of Lily, her friend's eyes wide with exhilaration and fear. They exchanged a silent understanding, the kind that spoke of unbreakable bonds forged in adversity. Together, they were not just voices but a chorus, amplifying the call for change, for justice. That night, the stars twinkled above like the dreams of countless souls who fought for a better world. Hannah felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, an understanding that she was part of something larger than herself. History was not just a collection of dates and events. It was alive, breathing, weaving through every moment. As the crowd began to disperse, Hannah stood still, her heart racing with a mixture of elation and uncertainty. The journey ahead seemed daunting, but she felt ready to embrace it. She turned to Lily, the fire of her spirit igniting a new resolve within her friend. Together, they would carry the torch lit by their ancestors, a light that would guide them through the darkness of ignorance. The river flowed steadily below, a reminder that time waits for no one. As she took a deep breath, Hannah felt the weight of expectation, the hope of a community resting on her shoulders. The next chapter of her story was just beginning, and it was filled with both promise and peril, intertwining their lives with those who had come before. And as she took that first step into the unknown, Hannah knew the echoes of history would follow her, a constant reminder that every choice, every voice, mattered. The night stretched out before her like an open road, and she was ready to walk it, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the world. Under a sky painted with the vibrant hues of dawn, where the sun yawned and stretched its golden fingers over the earth, life thrummed in the ancient world. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped this land. In the shadow of a colossal mountain, A small village nestled against the rising cliffside, replete with the laughter of children and the rich aroma of hearth-cooked meals, was alive with the pulse of existence. Here, the rhythm of life danced to the beat of the seasons, a cycle both fierce and tender. In this village, a young girl named Layla stood barefoot in the cool grass, her small hands clutching a woven basket, ready to gather herbs. Every morning, before the sun's rays kissed the earth, she ventured into the forest, a place brimming with both wonder and perils. The forest was alive with whispers. Rustling leaves shared secrets, and the gnarled roots tangled stories of those who had come before. Layla felt a magnetic pull toward the trees, their ancient trunks gnarled and wise, as if they cradled the memories of 1,000 generations. One fateful day, as the sun slipped through the branches, Layla's heart raced. She discovered a clearing where the light poured in like liquid gold, illuminating a stone altar. Legends spoke of such places, sacred remnants of rituals long forgotten, where ancestors sought guidance from the earth and sky. Layla knelt, her fingers tracing the weathered stones, feeling the energy that hummed beneath her touch. She could almost hear the echoes of chants, the voices of those who had prayed for strength, harvest, and protection. It was a moment suspended in time, something that would leave an indelible mark on her soul. But the tranquility was interrupted by a sudden rustle. Layla's heart pounded as she turned, her breath hitching in her throat. Emerging from the dense underbrush was a wolf, sleek and watchful. Its golden eyes locked onto hers, and for a heartbeat, nothing else mattered. In that instant, the world faded away. She was no longer just a girl. She was a part of a greater story, woven into the fabric of nature. The wolf's gaze pierced her, revealing an unspoken bond that transcended language. Fear melted into awe as she realized the wolf was not just a creature of the forest. It was a guardian, a reminder of the wild spirit that surrounded her. As the wolf slipped back into the shadows, Layla felt an urgency, a calling from the earth. She rushed home, her mind swirling with visions of her village, where the fires crackled and her family awaited. That night, as the stars twinkled like distant lanterns, she gathered her loved ones around the fire. They shared tales of the ancestors, of the fierce battles fought to protect their land and the joyous celebrations of the harvest. The flickering flames danced in the darkness, casting an ethereal glow on their faces, filling the air with warmth and laughter. But amidst the joy, an undercurrent of anxiety rippled through the stories. Rumors of encroaching tribes, of looming threats from beyond the mountains, hung heavy in the air. Days turned into weeks, and the sense of unease grew. Layla's father, a hunter renowned for his skill, prepared for the inevitable. His strong hands fashioned arrows with meticulous care, each one a promise of protection for his family. Layla watched, her heart heavy. She longed to contribute, to take part in the legacy of her people, but she felt small and powerless against the tides of fate. One afternoon, as she ventured into the forest again, she discovered a wounded bird, its wing bent at an unnatural angle. Gently, she scooped it into her hands, feeling its warmth and fragility. Instinctively, she knew she had to help. For hours, she gathered soft moss and healing herbs, her determination fueled by the memory of the wolf's watchful gaze. As she worked, she whispered soothing words, hoping to mend what was broken. In that moment, she felt the connection between all living things, a tapestry of life that thrummed and pulsed with hope and resilience. Despite her efforts, the bird grew weaker. With every passing moment, the weight of despair threatened to crush her spirit. She cradled it against her chest, tears spilling down her cheeks, feeling the weight of her smallness in a world so vast and unforgiving. Just then, a familiar rustle emerged from the underbrush, and the wolf appeared again, its eyes gleaming with understanding. In that moment, the girl and the wolf shared a bond forged by the pain of loss and the beauty of life. Layla understood she was not alone. The forest held her secrets, her fears, and the strength of her ancestors flowed through her veins. The village buzzed with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that reminded Layla of the fire. Elders gathered to share stories, their faces lined with the weight of experience. They spoke of courage, of standing against the unknown, and of the spirits that guided them through the darkest nights. As they spoke, Layla felt a flicker of determination igniting within her. She yearned to be part of the heritage of her people, a thread woven into the fabric of history. As night cloaked the village, the bonfire flickered with life, casting shadows that danced like spirits. Layla joined the circle, her heart racing as she felt the pull of her ancestors urging her to share her story. The tale of the wolf, the forest, and the fragile bird. She spoke with a voice that trembled but grew stronger with each word, her audience spellbound by her connection to the land. They could see not only the girl before them but the spirit of the forest, the weight of their history intertwined with her own. But in the depths of her heart, the shadows of danger loomed larger, a whisper of impending conflict echoing through the village. The elders spoke in hushed tones of scouts seen sneaking through the trees, of tribes preparing for war, and of a fight that could change everything. The air crackled with tension, and the village held its breath, waiting for what would come next. As the flames danced, illuminating the faces of her family and friends, Layla knew this was only the beginning, a prelude to trials that would test their courage and forge their destinies. In the darkness, as fear intertwined with hope, the story continued, and the past and future collided like the crash of thunder, leaving them all on the precipice of something monumental. The air hung thick with anticipation, the kind that wraps around you like a warm blanket on a cold winter night. In small towns like the one where Hannah lived, whispers floated through the streets like autumn leaves in an unpredictable breeze. Life thrummed with the quiet yet fierce pulse of tradition, and the walls seemed to echo laughter and tears of those who had come before. Hannah felt this weight, this mingling of joy and sorrow, as she stepped outside, her heart a canvas painted with the rich hues of her surroundings. It was the 1800s, a time when the world was both vast and incredibly small. News traveled slowly, carried by horse and rider, as if the very earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for change. The old wooden church in the town square towered over the homes, its steeple reaching skyward, a timeless sentinel watching the lives unfold below. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted from Mrs. Thompson's bakery, mingling with the earthy aroma of the nearby fields where farmers toiled under the relentless sun. Each day was a delicate dance between work and worship, community and solitude, and Hannah was a part of it all, even when she felt like an outsider in her own skin. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers reaching for a fading day. As evening approached, the town transformed. Lanterns flickered to life, their soft glow illuminating the faces of friends and strangers alike. But beneath the twinkling lights, a sense of unease simmered just below the surface. The Civil War had shaken the very foundations of society, leaving scars that would take generations to heal. Families were torn apart, allegiances questioned, and the air was thick with the tension of a nation divided. Hannah often lingered at the edge of these gatherings, her heart racing as she listened to hushed conversations about battles fought and lives lost. The stories of brave soldiers became legends that filled the space between laughter and music, shadows that danced upon the walls of her mind. She felt a magnetic pull towards these tales, a yearning to understand the bravery and sacrifice that defined the men who left their homes, never knowing if they would return. In the evening glow, she caught snippets of discussions about women's roles in this new world. The suffragette movement was beginning to rise, a flicker of hope in the darkness. Women like her mother, strong and fierce, were starting to demand a voice, a place at the table where decisions were made. It thrilled her and terrified her at once. The notion of breaking free from the shackles of expectation felt like standing on the edge of a great chasm, a leap into the unknown. Each whispered conversation about rights and responsibilities felt like a seed being planted in her heart, one that would one day blossom into something powerful. Yet, for all the whispers of change, the weight of tradition clung to the town like a shroud. The roles were clear, the paths laid out before each child from the moment they took their first steps. Boys were to become providers, warriors, and leaders, while girls were expected to nurture, support, and smile through the challenges life presented. Hannah often felt the sharp edges of this expectation digging into her soul, leaving behind a desire for something more. The world outside was shifting, but in her town, the roots dug down deep, holding fast to the past. Schoolhouse lessons were a refuge where she could imagine a life unshackled by constraints. Her teacher, Miss Abigail, kind yet stern, encouraged the children to think critically, to question the narratives they had been fed. Hannah found solace in the words of great thinkers and poets, their ideas swirling around her like a tempest, urging her to break free. But that desire often wrestled with the reality of her life, a life where the mundane and the extraordinary existed side by side, both beautiful and brutal. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the town, Hannah overheard a conversation that would change everything. A group of townsfolk had gathered at the tavern, their voices low yet laced with urgency. They spoke of a nearby town that had been raided, homes burned, families shattered. A chill crept up her spine, sending goosebumps racing across her skin. The fear was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around her heart and squeezed. It was a stark reminder that the world outside her small town was not just a canvas of dreams, but also a battleground of reality. That night, as she lay in bed, the shadows danced along the walls, and her heart raced with a mixture of fear and determination. She stared at the ceiling, imagining the brave souls who had fought for their beliefs, who had risked everything for a chance at a better life. The stories of these heroes filled her thoughts, igniting a fire that burned fiercely within her. The world was changing, and she felt an undeniable urge to be part of it. Days turned into weeks, and as the seasons shifted, so did the landscape of her life. The weight of expectation felt heavier, pressing down on her as she grappled with her identity. Her dreams were alive, vibrant with possibility, yet they clashed with the reality of her surroundings. The town carried on, oblivious to the storm brewing within her. Each day felt like a delicate balancing act, a tightrope walk over a chasm of uncertainty. The summer heat swelled, bringing with it a sense of urgency. News of conflicts surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the shores of their lives. Hannah felt the pull of destiny, like a siren's song, beckoning her toward a path untraveled. The discussions she overheard at the market, the hushed tones in the church, the calls for unity, it all wove together, forming a tapestry of hope and fear that enveloped her. As the nights grew longer and the world became more chaotic, Hannah stood at the crossroads of tradition and change. The whispers of women demanding their rights echoed in her mind, mingling with the tales of bravery that had shaped her understanding of what it meant to fight. She could feel the pulse of history in her veins, a beckoning to step forward, to seize the moment and carve her own path through the tangled web of expectations and dreams. Each heartbeat, each breath, brought her closer to a decision that would not only define her but ripple through the generations that followed. The house creaked like an old man settling into his favorite chair, each groan of the floorboards echoing the stories held within its walls. The walls themselves whispered secrets of laughter and tears, of dreams both realized and shattered. In this modest home, where sunlight poured in through stained glass windows, a girl named Clara stared at the family portrait hanging crookedly on the wall. It was a tattered reminder of happier times, a time when smiles were not just painted on faces, but genuinely echoed in laughter. Clara's world was woven together by the threads of family dynamics that were as unpredictable as the weather. Her father, a stern figure with a heart wrapped in layers of unexpressed love, spent more time tending to the family's failing farm than nurturing the emotional needs of his 3 children. His hands were calloused from hard work, yet his touch was gentle when he handed Clara a bouquet of wildflowers, a rare gesture that made her heart flutter. It was in these fleeting moments that Clara felt the warmth of a father's love, even if it was often buried under layers of duty and expectation. Her mother, on the other hand, was a tempest, with a spirit as fierce as the storm clouds that rolled through their small town. She ruled the household with an iron fist. The kitchen, where the scent of bread baking filled the air, was often the scene of heated arguments. Clara would sit at the edge of the worn-out table, her heart pounding as her parents clashed over trivial things. Who forgot to feed the chickens, who let the laundry soak too long in the rain. These battles left scars, not visible but deeply felt, shaping Clara's understanding of love as something that could be both nurturing and cruel. Then there were her brothers, Tom and Billy, the wild ones. They turned every moment into an adventure. They were the brave knights, charging into imaginary battles, while Clara often played the role of the reluctant princess, torn between her desire for freedom and her role within the family. She watched as they leapt through fields of tall grass, their laughter ringing like bells. Yet, beneath their carefree spirits lay a tension that Clara sensed but could not articulate. The harsh realities of their upbringing pressed down on them, leaving marks that often revealed themselves in careless words and roughhousing. As the seasons shifted, so did the undercurrents of their family life. One autumn day, the leaves fell like whispers of change. The day began with a crispness in the air and an undeniable electricity. Clara could feel it, a tension that wrapped around her like a heavy blanket, making her anxious. Her mother had been quiet for days, an unusual behavior that suggested a storm was brewing beneath the surface of her calm demeanor. At dinner that night, the table was set, yet words were scarce. Clara's heart raced as she nudged a piece of bread around her plate, glancing at her brothers who were unusually silent. Her father's brow furrowed as he stared into his plate, and that silence hung like a thick fog, oppressive and heavy. Then the storm finally broke. "Enough!" Her mother's voice cracked through the silence like lightning. "I can't keep pretending everything is fine. Tom, you're failing math. Billy won't help out. Clara, you just sit there. What do you contribute to this family?" The words struck like arrows, piercing each heart at the table. Tom's face turned red, Billy clenched his fists, and Clara felt tears prick her eyes. In that moment, the family portrait seemed to mock them, the smiles frozen in time, unreflective of the chaos that roiled beneath. Clara's heart ached with a longing for connection, for understanding, but the chasm between them felt insurmountable. It was a moment that would echo through the years, shaping their paths in ways they could not yet comprehend. The following days were a blur of tension, each family member retreating into their own world of hurt and confusion. Clara, seeking solace, found refuge in her grandmother's stories. A woman whose own childhood was marked by hardship, her grandmother shared tales of resilience, of love forged in the fires of conflict. "Family is like a garden," she would say. "You must tend to it, even when the weeds seem overwhelming." Clara hung on to those words like a lifeline, hoping to understand the tangled roots of her own family. As winter approached, the house transformed. The once vibrant garden faded, but the cold brought a different kind of clarity. Clara spent hours watching snowflakes dance outside her window, each one unique, yet falling without hesitation. It was in those quiet moments that she began to unravel the complexities of her relationships. She realized that her father's sternness came from fear, the fear of failure, of not being able to provide. Her mother's tempestuous spirit was a shield, guarding against vulnerability and disappointment. Tom and Billy acted out, seeking attention in a world that often overlooked their struggles. The deeper Clara delved into her family dynamics, the more she understood the dance of emotions that dictated their lives. They were all entangled in a web of love and pain, of expectations and unfulfilled dreams. The realization hit her like a gust of wind, awakening a desire in her to mend what had been frayed. But how could she heal their wounds when she was still navigating her own? One evening, as Clara lay in bed, the quiet enveloping her like a warm embrace, she felt an unfamiliar surge of courage. It was time to break the silence, to pull the threads of their lives together and weave a new tapestry. Her heart raced at the thought. What if her family could transform their struggles into strength? What if they could turn their pain into a bond that held them closely together? In her mind, Clara began to plan. She envisioned family gatherings filled with laughter, where the air was thick with understanding and acceptance. A dream so vivid it seemed almost tangible. A world where every voice mattered, where every heart was heard. As Clara's mind whirred with possibilities, She knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. The scars of their past would not disappear overnight, nor would the shadows of their struggles. But beneath it all lay the promise of something beautiful, a chance to build a family that was not just defined by blood, but by the strength of their commitment to one another. The first step was the hardest, but Clara's heart was set. She could feel the weight of history behind her, pushing her forward into the unknown, where the rest of her family awaited. Each moment felt electric with the potential for change, for healing, for love that could outshine the darkest shadows. And as the snow fell silently outside, Clara understood that the real story was just beginning, waiting to unfold with each brave step she dared to take. In the dim light of the community hall, Hannah's fingers trembled as she traced the letters of her name carved into the old wooden table. Each scratch and chip told a story, a whisper from the past that connected her to generations before her. Names, in her culture, were not just labels. They were vessels of identity, woven with the threads of history, ancestry, and fate. Each name carried the weight of expectations, dreams, and sometimes burdens that felt too heavy to bear. The air buzzed with anticipation as families gathered for the annual naming ceremony, a celebration that honored the significance of names within their community. It was a time when the elders recounted tales, not just of the living, but of those who had walked before them. As Hannah looked around, she could see the faces of children, their eyes wide with wonder, eagerly awaiting the moment when their own names would be celebrated. The young ones were blissfully unaware of the unspoken truths that names held. Some carried honor, while others bore the scars of shame. Hannah's own name, gifted by her grandmother, resonated with the echoes of lost loved ones. It was a name that had belonged to a fierce warrior, a healer, and a storyteller. Each time she introduced herself, she felt the weight of history pressing against her chest, urging her to live up to the legacy she had inherited. But she also felt the fear of failing that legacy, of not being enough. A hush fell over the crowd as the eldest elder, a woman with silver hair and a voice like thunder, began to speak. "Names are our first gifts," she declared, her eyes scanning the crowd. "They hold the power to shape our destinies." Hannah's breath caught in her throat. The elder's words wrapped around her, igniting a flicker of hope in her heart. With every syllable, the elder painted vivid pictures of the ancestors who had come before. Each name was a key to understanding the struggles and triumphs that had forged their community. Hannah's mind drifted back to stories her grandmother had shared by the warmth of the fire, how her great-great-grandfather had fought against oppression, his name striking fear into the hearts of adversaries. They called him ironclad for his unwavering spirit, her grandmother had said, pride gleaming in her eyes. And when he fell, they never forgot his name. Names like his were not merely labels. They were legends that lived on in the hearts of those who remembered. Yet, as much as she cherished her heritage, Hannah couldn't escape the gnawing doubt that clung to her like a shadow. She had heard rumors of names forgotten, lost in the tides of time, names of those who had succumbed to despair, their legacies buried beneath layers of silence. Like the name of her uncle, a gifted artist whose life was cut short by tragedy, leaving only whispers of his talent and dreams behind. What if her own name would one day fade into obscurity, a mere footnote in the grand tapestry of history? The ceremony continued, weaving together joy and melancholy. Families took turns stepping forward, their voices rising in unison, calling out names that were both familiar and foreign. With each name spoken, Hannah felt the vibrations of connection, a pulse that resonated through the fabric of their culture. Children stood proud as their names echoed among the crowd, each syllable a promise of possibility. She watched as families embraced, tears glistening as memories flooded back, laughter mingling with sobs, each name a thread that bound them together. But then came the moment that made the air crackle with tension. When a name was called that sent a ripple through the crowd, a name that had been lost to shame. Eyes shifted, whispers fluttered like restless birds. Hannah could feel the weight of judgment, the unspoken fear that haunted everyone present. It was a name shrouded in darkness, a name that had once sparkled but had been dimmed by scandal. The elder's voice faltered for a heartbeat, but the strength of her conviction returned. We remember all names, those who have brought us joy and those who have brought us pain. To forget is to lose a piece of ourselves. With those words, she ushered the name back into the light, reminding everyone that even the most tarnished legacies deserve to be acknowledged. Hannah clenched her fists. The air thickened with emotion as families grappled with the implications of that name. Her heart raced as she glanced at her parents, their faces tight with tension. What if her name ever became a source of shame? Her thoughts spiraled, her heart pounding as she envisioned a future where she might be remembered for the wrong reasons. Her name echoing through history, twisted and tainted. Yet, in that moment of turmoil, Hannah also felt a spark of defiance. She understood that names were not just about the past. They were about choices made in the present. The way a name could be reclaimed, reshaped, and repurposed. It was a lesson whispered to her by her grandmother, who had often said, "Your name is only as powerful as you allow it to be." It was a challenge, a call to action, a reminder that the weight of a name could be transformed into something beautiful. As the naming ceremony reached its crescendo, Hannah felt a sense of clarity wash over her. She could choose to embody the strength of her ancestors, to allow her name to weave itself into stories yet untold. There was so much at stake, so much emotion and history wrapped in those letters. Her fingers instinctively went back to the carved table, feeling the grooves and bumps as if they were the very heartbeat of her culture. As the last name was called, the crowd erupted in applause, but Hannah remained lost in thought, her heart racing with a mix of fear and hope. The elder's words lingered in her mind. She understood that she was standing on the precipice of her own destiny, the weight of her name pressing against her. She could be a bridge between the past and the future, her name a beacon for those who would come after. But what would she do? How would she honor the rich tapestry of her culture while forging her own path? The questions hung in the air, heavy and unresolved, as the sounds of celebration filled the hall. In that moment, Hannah felt the rush of history surging through her, the whispers of her ancestors blending into the vibrant tapestry of her own life. With her heart pounding, she stood at the intersection of generations, ready to carve her own story, her own name, into the annals of time. The air was thick with an unspoken ache as Sarah stood in the quiet corner of the clinic, her fingers nervously tracing the delicate lace of her dress. It was a simple fabric, but today, it felt like armor against the weight of whispered conversations and sympathetic glances that floated through the sterile space. Each heartbeat resonated in her ears, a reminder of the dreams she clutched tightly in her heart. A family, laughter, the rustle of tiny feet echoing down the hallway of her life. But here, in this place, those dreams felt impossibly distant, like a mirage shimmering just out of reach. In the waiting room, dimly lit and nearly silent, people sat in clusters, their eyes averted, as if they were all playing a game of avoidance. A woman cradled her own belly, golden bands glinting on her fingers, while another stared blankly at the wall, her expression a portrait of longing. Sarah felt the weight of their stories pressing upon her, each one a thread woven into the tapestry of struggle and hope that filled the room. Just a century ago, the conversation around infertility was shrouded in secrecy and shame. Women were often blamed for their inability to conceive, burdened with the weight of societal expectations. In ancient Rome, a woman's worth was often measured by her ability to bear children. If she failed, she could be cast aside, her dreams of motherhood replaced with whispers of inadequacy. Centuries later, in the Victorian age, the societal pressures morphed into a sense of moral failure. Doctors spoke of female hysteria, as if it were a disease, a cruel twist of fate that rendered women powerless over their own bodies. Beneath the stark fluorescent lights, Sarah's thoughts drifted to a time in the early 20th century, when women began to advocate for their own health, challenging the dominant narratives of their worth. Yet, for every woman who fought for her voice, there were countless others who remained hidden in the shadows, enduring the pain of silence. The burden was heavy. It was not merely the absence of a child that weighed them down, but the suffocating cloak of societal judgment that wrapped tightly around their shoulders. As Sarah glanced at her reflection in the glass, She could see the flicker of determination in her eyes, battling against the despair that threatened to swallow her whole. Her journey had become a labyrinth of medical appointments, tests, and procedures that felt like a never-ending cycle. Each month brought a fresh wave of hope, only to be dashed against the harsh rocks of reality. The tears that had once flowed freely had turned into a quiet reservoir of grief. She had learned to mask her pain behind a smile, but inside, she felt raw and exposed. Across the room, a young couple spoke in hushed tones, their fingers entwined tightly, as if seeking solace in one another. Sarah could see the tension in their bodies, the way they leaned into each other, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Infertility was a dark shadow that loomed over them, threatening to pull them apart. Yet here they were, united in their struggle. She could almost hear the echoes of their dreams. A nursery painted in soft pastels, crayon drawings on the fridge, bedtime stories whispered with love. The nurse called her name, breaking the spell that had enveloped her. Sarah's heart raced as she stood and walked towards the door, each step feeling like a leap into the unknown. Inside the examination room, the walls were adorned with images of smiling families, pictures that felt alien to her, a reminder of what she longed for but couldn't grasp. The doctor entered, a kind smile on his face, but the words he spoke felt heavy and laden with sorrow. "Sarah, I know this isn't easy," he began, his voice steady yet gentle. "But we need to discuss the next steps. There are options available, but..." The words blurred together as Sarah felt a familiar tightness in her chest. Options. The word echoed in her mind like a cruel joke. She had read about them, researched endlessly, weighed the pros and cons of every possible path to motherhood. Yet, here they were, sitting in sterile surroundings, discussing a future that felt ever more uncertain. For every clinical term he used, she felt her spirit growing dimmer. It seemed a universe away from the joyful chaos she envisioned in her heart. In that moment, the clinic transformed into a battleground, where hope and despair fought relentlessly for dominance. Outside, life continued undeterred. Children laughed and played, parents celebrated milestones, and the world spun on, blissfully unaware of the silent agony that echoed within these walls. Sarah's thoughts flashed to the history of her ancestors, women who had faced their own battles, who had fought through wars, and yet had been silenced by their inability to meet societal expectations. Each story felt like a weight on her heart. Would she, too, be consigned to the shadows of history? Would her name be lost among the countless others who had endured this burden? The thought was suffocating. As she emerged from the clinic, the air felt different, charged with an energy that mirrored her turmoil. The sky above was a brilliant blue, too bright for the darkness that clung to her heart. Her phone buzzed with a message from a friend, a seemingly innocent update about her own growing family. Sarah read the words, but they swirled together in a haze of emotions. Joy and jealousy danced like specters in her mind, leaving her breathless. Then, in the midst of it all, a realization struck her. This was not just her struggle. It was a shared experience, one that connected her to women throughout history. Each tear shed was a tribute to those who had come before her, those who had faced the judgment and the heartache, yet had paved the way for understanding and compassion. As she walked, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin, Sarah resolved to be a voice in this narrative. She would not let the burden of infertility define her. Instead, she would rise against it, drawing strength from the legacy of resilience that stretched back through the ages. The shadows of doubt began to lift, replaced by the flicker of something new, a fierce determination to fight for her dreams, no matter how far out of reach they felt. In that moment, the world around her blurred, fading into the background as she stepped forward into the unknown, her heart pounding with both fear and hope. The journey ahead was daunting, but Sarah was ready to confront it. With every stride, she whispered a promise to herself and to every woman who had ever felt the weight of silence upon her shoulders. She would not remain unheard. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the small town of Ramah. Inside a modest home, Hannah sat by the window, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her heart heavy with an ache that seemed to echo through her very bones. The distant sounds of laughter and chatter from the marketplace drifted in, a stark contrast to the silence that enveloped her. She watched the shadows lengthen, each moment adding weight to her longing. Elkanah, her husband, was a man of stature, both in height and presence. Known for his unwavering kindness, he was a devoted husband, yet a growing tension simmered between them. Each time he returned from offering sacrifices at Shiloh, his eyes carried an unmistakable warmth, but Hannah felt a distance in the air, a silent barrier shaped by her unfulfilled desire for a child. "Hannah, my beloved," he said softly one evening, as he entered their home, weary from the long journey. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, trying to draw her attention from the window. "What troubles you?" Her heart fluttered at the sound of his voice, but the pain that lay beneath was like a storm cloud threatening to burst. "I am fine, Elkanah," she replied, forcing a smile that never quite reached her eyes. But he knew her well. Elkanah observed the way her fingers fidgeted with the fabric of her dress, the way her gaze flitted away, hiding the truth that burned within her. He moved closer, his brow furrowing in concern. "You know I would do anything for you. If only, she interrupted, her voice trembling. "I could give you a son." The words hung in the air, heavy with grief. In their world, a woman's worth was often measured by her ability to bear children, and Hannah was haunted by the silence in her womb. Elkanah's heart ached for her. "Hannah, you are more than a mother. You are my partner, my love. You have given me joy beyond measure." His eyes, filled with sincerity, searched hers for understanding. But Hannah's sorrow was a deep well, and no amount of love seemed to fill its emptiness. Every year, as they made their pilgrimage to Shiloh for the feast of the Lord, the weight of Hannah's unfulfilled desire became unbearable. She watched as Elkanah offered sacrifices, his face glowing with faith, while she stood in the shadows, her heart a battlefield of hope and despair. Each prayer she uttered was a whisper against the cacophony of her heartache, yet she clung to it like a lifeline. One particular morning, as they prepared for the journey, Hannah's thoughts churned like a storm. She turned to Elkanah, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think God hears me?" He paused, taken aback by her question. "Of course he does. You must trust in his plan." His words were soothing, but they felt like a balm on a wound that refused to heal. As they walked the dusty path to Shiloh, they passed fields dotted with wildflowers, their beauty contrasting sharply with the turmoil inside Hannah. Elkanah spoke of the sacrifices they would offer, the feasts they would share, but all she could think of was the quiet ache that accompanied her everywhere. Upon reaching the sanctuary, the air thickened with the scent of offerings, the atmosphere charged with reverence. Elkanah went to offer his sacrifice, and Hannah found herself alone, lost in the throng of worshippers. She knelt in the sacred space, her heart a tapestry of desperation and fervent prayer. "Lord of hosts," she cried, her voice breaking, "if you will look on the misery of your servant and remember me, and not forget your servant, but give her a son, then I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life." The rawness of her plea echoed in the silence, reverberating against the stone walls of the sanctuary. Elkanah, watching from a distance, felt a pang of both sorrow and admiration. He saw her fervor, her passion, and it pierced him deeply. He approached her, concern etched across his face. "Hannah, why do you weep? Why do you not eat?" Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, met his. "I am not drunk, my lord. I am a woman troubled in spirit." The truth spilled forth, a torrent of pain she could no longer contain. Elkanah's heart twisted at her words. "May the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him." His voice was firm, yet filled with tenderness as he wiped a stray tear from her cheek. Days turned into weeks, and the tension between them slowly transformed. Elkanah's support became her anchor, a testament to his love, but Hannah remained a vessel of quiet longing. She often caught glimpses of the life they could have, the laughter of children echoing through their home, yet it all felt so far away. As seasons changed, so too did their relationship. Despite the unspoken grief that lingered, there were moments of tenderness that blossomed like the wildflowers along the path to Shiloh. Elkanah would often take her hand, whisper sweet nothings that filled the air with warmth, even as Hannah's heart remained cloaked in shadows of doubt. One night, as they lay side by side, the stars twinkling through their window, Elkanah turned to her. "Hannah, I love you. You are my heart." His voice was a soothing balm, but the silence felt deafening. "I know," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "But what good is love if it cannot bear fruit?" As the moonlight spilled into their room, illuminating the love they shared, it also highlighted the emptiness that loomed in the corners of Hannah's heart. The emotional tension buzzed like electricity, and she wondered if fate had written a different story for them, one filled with laughter, joy, and the pitter-patter of small feet. The days at Shiloh became a bittersweet reminder of her yearning, a backdrop to the love story unfolding between her and Elkanah. Each sacrifice they made seemed to nod knowingly, as if the universe itself was aware of the longing that bound them together. And so, under the watchful gaze of the heavens, their love story continued to weave through threads of hope and despair, poised on the brink of something life-altering, waiting for a moment that would forever change their lives. An echo of prayers yet unanswered, a testament to faith and the beauty found in the struggle. In the dim light of a flickering candle, an elderly man sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor of a forgotten temple. Shadows danced across the worn walls, whispering tales of faith and despair, love and loss. The air was heavy with incense and the weight of centuries, each breath a reminder of the countless souls who had sought solace within these crumbling confines. He closed his eyes, allowing the echoes of ancient chants to wash over him, connecting the past with the present in ways that defied time itself. From the dawn of civilization, humanity has looked skyward, yearning for something greater than itself. Long before the written word, tribes gathered around fires, sharing stories of gods and spirits, crafting rituals to appease unseen forces that governed their lives. In those early days, belief was not merely an abstract concept. It was woven into the very fabric of existence. Each dawn was a gift, each sunset a reminder of the divine cycle of life and death that bound them to the earth and the heavens. The ancient Egyptians built towering monuments to honor their pantheon, believing that their pharaohs would ascend to the stars, becoming one with Ra. The pyramids, standing like sentinels against the passage of time, tell a story of devotion so profound that it still reverberates through the ages. It was in this sacred space that rituals of mourning and celebration intertwined, as priests called forth the power of the gods, ensuring a safe passage to the afterlife. As civilizations evolved, so too did the nature of belief. In the hills of ancient Greece, philosophers debated the essence of existence, while poets sang of love and loss, framing human emotions within the context of divine influence. This was a time when gods walked among mortals, their whims shaping the fates of cities. The Olympic Games, held in honor of Zeus, became a stage where religion and sport merged, a celebration of human effort that echoed the divine. In the distant lands of the East, the birth of Buddhism offered a radically different perspective, introducing a path of enlightenment and inner peace. Siddhartha Gautama's search for truth led him to the realization that suffering was an intrinsic part of life, but so too was the possibility of transcendence. The teachings spread like wildfire, igniting hearts and minds, providing solace to the weary and a sense of purpose to those lost in the chaos of existence. Yet, with every philosophical awakening, strife brewed just beneath the surface. The rise of monotheism brought both unity and division. In the cradle of Judeo-Christian thought, the promise of a single, all-powerful God resonated deeply, offering hope to the oppressed and a moral compass for the lost. The stories of Adam and Eve, Noah, and Moses became more than tales. They became the essence of faith itself, binding communities in a shared narrative of salvation and redemption. In the vast expanse of the Islamic world, the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad ushered in a transformative era. The call to prayer echoed through the streets, a reminder of the omnipresence of the divine. Mosques adorned with intricate mosaics became gathering places where believers found strength and unity. The Quran, with its poetic verses, offered guidance in times of despair, illuminating the path of righteousness while weaving together a tapestry of faith that resonated across continents. However, the fervor of belief often collided with the harsh realities of human nature. History is stained with bloodshed, as religious fervor turned into fanaticism. The Crusades, ignited by the desire to reclaim sacred lands, left scars that still bleed in modern times. Yet, amidst the chaos, spirituality emerged as a sanctuary, a refuge for those seeking comfort in an unforgiving world. Throughout history, the mystics and sages whispered the truths of the universe, challenging the dogmas of their time. Rumi's poetry transcended borders, beckoning souls to dance in the divine ecstasy of love. In the quiet corners of monasteries and the vibrant streets of bustling cities, seekers found a connection that transcended religious boundaries, an understanding that the essence of faith lies not in rigid rituals, but in the love that binds all humanity. As the years turned into centuries, the world witnessed the birth of new movements that sought to redefine spirituality. The Age of Enlightenment brought with it a wave of rational thought, yet the yearning for meaning remained. The Transcendentalists in America, inspired by nature and the divine spark within, called for a return to simplicity, urging individuals to connect with the universe in profound ways. Their hearts beat with the knowledge that the sacred could be found in the rustling leaves and the shimmering stars. In the modern age, the collision between religion and science sparked debates that echoed through lecture halls and living rooms alike. Yet, even as the world became increasingly secular, the human spirit continued to crave the transcendent. Spiritual practices from various traditions, the chants of monks, the meditative silence of yoga, the rhythmic beats of drumming circles, found their way into the lives of those searching for connection amid the noise of modernity. In a world often divided by belief, people began to realize that the core of spirituality transcends labels and doctrines. The love shared in a community, the compassion shown to a stranger, and the gratitude felt for the beauty of life itself all carry an essence of the divine. And in that moment, as the candle flickered and the elderly man opened his eyes, he felt the weight of history pressing upon him, a reminder that the threads of faith and spirituality are interwoven into the very essence of what it means to be human. The stories of the past, of triumph and tragedy, of connection and division, whispered in the silence, waiting to ignite the hearts of those willing to listen. Yet, just as the light began to dim, the shadows stirred, hinting at a new chapter waiting to unfold, one filled with the complexities of belief, the struggles of faith, and the unquenchable quest for meaning that binds us all. Tension hung in the air like an unspoken challenge, a silent promise of conflict. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient landscape of Shiloh, a place where faith and tradition clashed with raw human emotions. Hannah stood at the temple's entrance, her heart pounding like a war drum, knowing that she would soon face Peninnah, the other woman in her husband's life. The thought of her rival sent a shiver down her spine. Peninnah was everything Hannah was not: bold, brazen, and seemingly untroubled by the world's expectations. Hannah's face reflected her inner turmoil, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The pain of barrenness enveloped her like a heavy cloak, each day weighed down by the scornful whispers that echoed through the village. "Look at Peninnah," they would say, "blessed with children, a true wife." Meanwhile, Hannah's heart ached with the emptiness of her womb, a wound that seemed to grow deeper with each passing year. Yet today felt different. Today, the tension was palpable, and the air crackled with anticipation. As Hannah stepped forward, the temple's sacred atmosphere wrapped around her, a fragile shield against the storm brewing within her heart. She could almost sense Peninnah's presence before she saw her, the way the air shifted when another force entered a space. It was not merely a rivalry of women. It was a battle for dignity, for respect, for love. Peninnah had made it her mission to taunt Hannah at every opportunity, her laughter ringing like a bell that only served to remind Hannah of her perceived inadequacies. The moment their eyes met, a spark ignited, an electric tension charged with unsaid words. Peninnah stood tall, her hands resting confidently on her hips, a smirk playing on her lips as if she held all the world's cards. Her children, a gaggle of rambunctious boys and girls, surrounded her, their laughter mingling with their mother's smugness. Each giggle felt like a dagger to Hannah's heart, twisting deeper with every sound. The temple was bustling with activity, priests moving about, preparing for the offerings that would soon be laid upon the altar. But for Hannah, the sacredness of the moment was overshadowed by the impending confrontation. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, a reminder of the resolve she needed to summon. Today, she would not allow herself to be diminished. "Ah, Hannah," Peninnah called, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. "Come to see how a real woman manages her household." The words were laced with mockery, cutting through the air like a knife. Gasps of the bystanders surrounded her, eyes darting between the two women, eager for the drama to unfold. The atmosphere thickened, the tension almost tangible as spectators held their breath, waiting for the inevitable explosion. Hannah's heart raced, fury and despair swirling within her. "I am a woman of faith," she managed to say, her voice steady despite the storm inside her. "And I will not be shamed by you or anyone else." In that moment, the righteousness of her spirit shone through the cracks of her despair. The truth resonated, echoing louder than the mockery. Peninnah's smirk faltered, just for a heartbeat. And in that instant, Hannah seized the moment. "Your children do not define your worth," she said, her voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd. "And I will not allow your bitterness to drown me." The words hung in the air, a declaration of war, a statement of self-assertion that challenged the very foundation of their rivalry. But the battle was far from over. It was just heating up. Peninnah, taken aback but quick to regain her composure, laughed coldly, her eyes narrowing. "You think your words can shield you? You are nothing without the blessings of motherhood." The words stung, a reminder of Hannah's greatest sorrow. But there was a flicker of something deeper behind Hannah's sorrow, an ember of defiance that refused to be extinguished. As the sun dipped lower, the shadows of the temple stretched like fingers reaching for the women, each one representing the weight of their struggles. Peninnah stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You know, even your husband sees me as the better choice. I am the one who provides him with heirs." Her words dripped with venom, wrapping around Hannah like a serpent, squeezing the air from her lungs. But Hannah wasn't the fragile figure she once was. With every insult, with every sneer from Peninnah, she had grown stronger. "Elkanah loves me," she said, the conviction in her voice ringing clear. "He sees my heart. You can bear children, but I carry the weight of hope." It was a bold proclamation, one that sent a ripple through the crowd, a moment of silence hanging in the air like the calm before a storm. The rivulets of tension surged, drawing in onlookers like moths to a flame, each heartbeat drumming louder than the last. Hannah's eyes shimmered with a fierceness that had been dormant for too long, igniting a fire within her spirit that could no longer be ignored. She took a breath, steadying herself, feeling the strength that came from her vulnerability. Peninnah's laughter turned brittle, a sound that echoed but lacked warmth. "Hope?" she spat, her face twisted in disdain. "What good is hope when it is unfulfilled?" The words hung in the air like a bitter perfume, sharp and unyielding. But Hannah stood tall, refusing to bow. The two women faced each other, the weight of their histories and the pain of unspoken words heavy in the air. This was more than just a rivalry. It was a struggle for identity, a quest for recognition in a world that often only valued women for their ability to bear children. And in that moment, as they glared at one another, their fates intertwined. A sense of inevitability settled over them, wrapping around their hearts like an unbreakable bond forged in fire. Hannah's heart raced not just with anger but with a growing sense of purpose. She would no longer be a shadow in this fight. The rivalry with Peninnah was far from over. It was merely the beginning, and in the depths of her soul, she felt the stirrings of a change. A transformation that would ripple through their lives in ways they could never have anticipated. The sacred temple around them, with its promise of divine intervention, seemed to pulse with their emotions, sensing the brewing storm as the sun dipped below the horizon, heralding a battle that had been long in the making. The world beyond the temple awaited, full of challenges yet to come. But for now, the two women stood locked in their shared struggle, a rivalry that would shape their destinies and echo through the ages. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the dusty paths leading to Shiloh. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable electricity that coursed through the veins of those gathered. Families, cloaked in colorful garments, moved with purpose, their feet brushing against the earth, tracing a route that had been traveled for generations. The yearly pilgrimage was more than just a tradition. It was a sacred rite, a moment when the past intertwined with the present, and the weight of history pressed down like the heat of the afternoon sun. As the crowd surged forward, the sound of laughter and chatter mingled with the rustling of leaves. Children darted between the adults, their innocent joy a stark contrast to the solemnity that loomed in the minds of the elders. Each step brought them closer to the ancient site, where the remnants of the tabernacle whispered stories of their ancestors. The air was rich with the scent of sacrifice, of lambs and grains, offerings to the God who had led them through trials and tribulations. The first sight of Shiloh ignited a wave of emotion that swept through the gathered multitude. The ruins of the sacred space stood strong against the passing of time, remnants of a once great dwelling place for the Ark of the Covenant. Memories flooded back to the pilgrims, stories recounted by their parents, tales of faith and struggle, of battles fought and won, of the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. Each stone in the structure felt alive, each crack a testament to the years spent standing sentinel over the devotion of the people. Among the crowd, a woman named Hannah stood out. Her heart was heavy, burdened by years of longing for a child. She moved with purpose, her eyes fixed on the altar where countless prayers had been offered. Each year, she made this pilgrimage, hoping that this time, her cry would reach the heavens, that her desperation would be met with compassion. She clutched a small token, a delicate piece of fabric embroidered with a prayer, the words etched in her heart as she approached the sacred grounds. But as Hannah drew near, the laughter faded, replaced by a hush that settled over the crowd. A figure emerged, tall and commanding, a priest draped in ceremonial robes that whispered of authority and tradition. Eli, the high priest, was a man of dignity and wisdom, but even he could sense the palpable tension that hung in the air like a storm cloud. His eyes swept over the faces before him, filled with hope, despair, determination, and faith. "Today, we gather to honor our covenant," Eli proclaimed, his voice resonating through the stillness. "We come to remember the sacrifices of our past and to seek guidance for our future." His words hung like a spell, weaving through the crowd, binding them in a shared purpose. Hannah felt a tremor of hope rise within her, yet it was quickly followed by the familiar pang of doubt. Around her, the faithful began to kneel, pressing their foreheads to the ground in reverence. It was a powerful sight, a reminder of their shared history, but it also served as a backdrop for her deepest fears. Would her plea go unheard once again? As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow over the gathering, the atmosphere shifted. The sound of a ram's horn pierced the air, signaling the time for offerings. Families began to present their sacrifices, each item a symbol of devotion. Animals bleated and flapped, the scent of blood mingling with the offerings of grain and wine. Eager hands reached for the sacred fire, igniting flames that flickered and danced, casting shadows that played tricks on the mind. Suddenly, the air grew thick with tension as whispers spread through the crowd. A woman had stepped forward, her face painted with anguish. "I, too, seek a child." The words erupted from her lips, raw and desperate. She fell to her knees, her body racked with sobs, and Hannah felt a tug in her heart. Eli turned, his expression a blend of compassion and authority. "You are not alone," he said, his voice steady. "The God we serve knows your pain." His words, comforting yet heavy, echoed in the depths of Hannah's soul. She felt the weight of every unfulfilled desire, every prayer that seemed to go unanswered. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the twilight sky, and as the flames reached upward, Hannah found herself drawn to them. She approached, her heart racing, the secret wish buried deep within her yearning to be spoken. "Please, God," she prayed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Give me strength." She closed her eyes, imagining a child's laughter, the warmth of small hands in her own. The crowd continued to chant, their voices rising in harmony, and Hannah felt the energy envelop her like a warm embrace. A surge of determination coursed through her, igniting a fire within that matched the one before her. She would not let her plea be silenced. She would stand firm in her faith, even as doubt lingered at the edges of her mind like a shadow. As darkness settled, the moon rose high, bathing the scene in a silvery glow. Faces illuminated by the flickering flames reflected a spectrum of emotions: hope, despair, faith, and longing. The air hummed with the collective heartbeat of the pilgrims, each soul intertwined in a tapestry of promises and prayers. In that moment, Hannah felt a strange sense of connection, a bond that transcended time and space, linking her to the women who had come before her with the same hopes and dreams. She was part of a lineage, a legacy of faith that had endured the trials of history. But the weight of that legacy was both a comfort and a burden. The night deepened, and with it came the realization that the pilgrimage was not merely an act of remembrance. It was a communion of souls, a gathering of hearts that echoed through time. Hannah, still at the altar, opened her eyes, gazing at the stars that flickered like distant flames. She felt the whispers of her ancestors, urging her on, filling her with an unshakable resolve. "Tomorrow will bring what it may," she thought, her heart steadying. "But tonight, I stand before my God, and I will not be silent." The flames danced higher, and Hannah found herself enveloped in the warmth of the fire, her spirit igniting as the collective hopes of the pilgrims swirled around her like a sacred hymn. And so the night unfolded, filled with prayers and offerings, each moment rich with emotion, a longing for connection, a plea for mercy, a cry for hope. The pilgrimage to Shiloh had begun, but the true journey lay not just in reaching the destination, but in intertwining their lives with the stories of the past, a testament to their enduring faith and relentless spirit. The wind howled through the desolate fields of a small village, carrying whispers of hope and despair. It rustled the edges of worn prayer flags, each one a silent testament to faith woven into the fabric of daily life. A young woman, Maria, knelt on the damp earth, her hands clasped tightly together. Her heart raced as she poured out her spirit to the heavens, her voice a soft murmur against the cacophony of nature. In the village, prayer wasn't merely a ritual. It was woven into the very essence of existence. It was the lifeblood of this community, the bridge between the human heart and the divine. Generations had walked this sacred path, their voices rising like smoke from flickering candles, each prayer a thread in the tapestry of time. Maria's request was profound, born from a place of desperation. Her father lay ill, and the shadows of uncertainty loomed large. Far from this village, in a grand cathedral built of stone and stained glass, a king knelt before an altar, his crown heavy upon his brow. King Alaric's hands trembled as he invoked the divine for guidance. His kingdom was on the brink of war, and the weight of his people's lives rested upon his shoulders. Each whispered plea echoed through the hallowed halls, mingling with centuries of vows made by rulers before him. History had taught him that prayer could sway the course of fate, that faith could turn the tide of battle. As Maria's voice lifted on the wind, echoes of her plea intertwined with the king's, merging across time and space. She begged for strength, for hope, and for a miracle. And in that moment, the invisible thread of vows and prayers began to weave a connection between her humble heart and the heart of a king. Across the ages, vows had shaped destinies. In ancient Rome, soldiers swore oaths of loyalty, their words binding them to one another and to the empire. It was said that the strength of their conviction could turn timid hearts into fierce warriors. The impact of these promises rippled through the legions, creating a unity that could withstand the fiercest storms. The gods watched, their favor reflected in the success of those who honored the vows they made. In the far reaches of the east, monks chanted in unison, their voices rising like incense to the heavens. Each syllable was a vow, a commitment to peace and enlightenment that transcended time. These men had dedicated their lives to the pursuit of truth, their prayers resonating through the ages. It was said that in their stillness, they found strength. In their silence, they heard the whispers of the universe. Back in the village, Maria's prayer fueled a flicker of hope, igniting a chain reaction that would intertwine lives. The moon rose high, casting a silvery glow on the earth, and a figure approached her. It was the village elder, his eyes wise with years of witnessing the power of prayer. "Your heart is strong, child," he said, kneeling beside her. "When we vow to believe, we invite the possibility of miracles." His words hung in the air, and a chill ran down her spine. The elder spoke of the legends passed down through generations, of sailors lost at sea who prayed for salvation and found themselves guided back to shore, of warriors who emerged victorious against overwhelming odds, all through the unyielding strength of their promises. Meanwhile, King Alaric rose from his prayers, a newfound determination coursing through his veins. The weight of his kingdom pressed against him, but he was resolute. He recalled the stories of his ancestors, vows sworn in the heat of battle and the whispers of prayer that brought about peace. He gathered his council, his voice steady as he spoke of alliances forged by the shared bond of faith. As he spoke, a sense of unity began to blossom among the council members. They exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with the collective hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they could change the course of their history. Each vow they made that day was a brick laid in the foundation of their future, a promise to their people that they would fight not just with swords, but with the unwavering spirit of belief. Unknown to Maria and King Alaric, their lives were fated to collide. As night deepened, the village's fate would intertwine with the impending war, each prayer sent forth into the universe like a beacon of light cutting through the darkness. On the eve of battle, warriors would recall the vows they made to protect their loved ones. They whispered prayers beneath their breath, each sound a heartbeat resonating with the desires of their souls. In the village, hope was alive, a flickering flame that could not be extinguished. The elder gathered the community, urging them to come together, to pray not only for themselves, but for those who would face the storm ahead. When they lifted their voices, the air crackled with energy, a vibrant tapestry of emotion that seemed to reach beyond the stars. As dawn broke, the battle began. Against the backdrop of clashing swords and cries of valor, the world felt suspended in time. The power of prayer echoed in the cries of the warriors, merging with Maria's heartfelt supplication. Each sword swung, each vow renewed, resonated like a thunderclap in the heavens. The fabric of reality shifted, drawn taut by the collective faith of those who dared to believe. Even as the sun rose high, casting its golden light on the chaos below, the connection between Maria and Alaric pulsed with a life of its own. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the unfolding drama, each prayer a thread drawing them closer to an unforeseen fate. The impact of their faith would soon unveil a truth that lay hidden in the shadows, one that would forever alter the course of their lives and those around them. And in that moment, as steel clashed and the sky darkened with the smoke of battle, the world held its breath, poised on the edge of destiny, waiting to see how the intertwining of prayers, vows, and the human spirit would unfold. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient town of Shiloh, where the air thrummed with an unspoken tension. Dust motes danced in the fading light, settling over crumbling stone walls and the weather-worn wooden beams of the tabernacle, the sacred place where God's presence was said to dwell. It was here, in this hallowed ground, that a fateful encounter awaited, one that would forever alter the lives of those involved. Eli, the aged priest, stood at the entrance of the tabernacle, his silhouette framed against the flickering light of the sanctuary candles. His long, gray beard flowed like a river of time, and his eyes, though dim with age, sparkled with a knowledge that transcended the years. He had witnessed countless sacrifices and heard innumerable prayers, each one etching deeper lines into his weathered face. Yet today, there was a stirring within him that he could not quite place. A sense that something monumental was on the brink of unfolding. A slight rustle interrupted the stillness, and Eli turned, his heart quickening as he spotted a figure approaching. The shadows cast by the evening sun danced around the newcomer, revealing a young woman with determination etched on her features. Hannah, her name whispered through the air like a prayer, laced with hope and despair. With every step she took, the weight of her anguish seemed to hang in the balance, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Hannah had come to Shiloh with one purpose in mind, to plead for a miracle. Years of heartache had left her barren, her dreams of motherhood shattered like fragile glass. With each passing month, the sting of her emptiness had deepened, and the taunts of others echoed in her mind like haunting echoes. Today, she was here to lay her pain before the God she longed to serve, to offer up her heartfelt plea in the very sanctuary that Eli guarded. As she approached, Eli felt a shiver run down his spine. There was something ethereal about her presence, as if the air itself responded to her desperation. He could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a light that battled against the shadows of her sorrow. "My daughter," he called, his voice a gravelly whisper, but laden with authority. "What troubles you?" Hannah hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest. She had rehearsed her words 1,000 times, yet now they lodged in her throat, a lump of emotion too great to articulate. But the urgency within her pushed her forward. "My lord, I am a woman of sorrowful spirit," she finally spoke, her voice wavering like the flickering flames around them. "I have poured out my soul before the Lord. If only he would give me a son, I would dedicate him to the Lord for all the days of his life." Eli's gaze pierced into her, seeking the truth hidden beneath her anguish. He was accustomed to prayers filled with self-interest, but there was something different about Hannah's words. Her sincerity wrapped around him like a warm cloak on a cold night. He could see it in her clenched fists and flushed cheeks, a fierce dedication that demanded recognition. "Go in peace," he declared, his voice steady despite the emotions swirling around them. "May the God of Israel grant your petition." His words hung in the air, a promise both sacred and fragile, a thread of hope woven through the tapestry of her despair. As Hannah turned to leave, a sense of longing lingered between them, a connection that transcended their worlds. She felt the weight of expectation settle upon her shoulders, the flicker of hope igniting deep within her heart. Eli watched her go, and with each step she took, he felt a tug on his soul, as if she carried with her not only her own wishes but the weight of a nation's unfulfilled prayers. The tabernacle loomed behind him, its walls steeped in history, muffled whispers of generations echoing through time. Eli's thoughts swirled with uncertainty. He had seen many prayers go unanswered, yet something within him dared to hope. Was Hannah's faith strong enough to pierce the heavens? The flickering candles seemed to sway with the rhythm of his heartbeat, reflecting the turmoil within. As night fell, the silence of the sanctuary enveloped him, and Eli couldn't shake the feeling that his role was more than mere priesthood. He was a guardian of faith, a vessel for the cries of his people. Hannah's plea wasn't just a personal desire. It was a longing that resonated with the heart of Israel, a cry for deliverance that echoed through the ages. The cool air wrapped around him, carrying whispers of the past, stories of barren women and miraculous births, of promises fulfilled against all odds. Eli closed his eyes, summoning the strength of those who had walked the path before him. He had been entrusted with a responsibility far beyond the physical realm, and this encounter with Hannah was a turning point, a divine intersection of hope and despair. Time seemed to stand still as he pondered the weight of his words, the significance of his blessing. The night stretched on, and Eli felt the cool touch of the earth beneath his feet, grounding him in reality. But in his heart, he felt a flicker of light, a promise embedded deep within the fabric of his existence. What if Hannah's faith was the key to unlocking the future? A future that held not only her son but the hope of a nation. This thought lingered with him as shadows danced across the candlelit walls. The stars above twinkled like eyes watching over the land, each one a reminder of the stories yet to unfold. Eli stood rooted in the moment, acutely aware that destiny was weaving its intricate tapestry right before him. A convergence of lives, faith, and the unseen hand of God guiding it all. As he stepped back into the sanctuary, the air thickened with expectation. The night was alive with the hum of possibility, and Eli knew this was only the beginning. The encounter with Hannah had ignited something within him, a spark that would soon lead to a blaze, roaring to life with the weight of dreams and the fervor of prayers. The world felt charged with potential, and Eli was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, knowing that the next chapter of their intertwined stories was yet to be written. The wind howled through the narrow streets of the village, carrying with it the scent of impending rain and a sense of foreboding. In a small, dimly lit cottage at the end of the lane, a mother sat by the flickering fire, her hands trembling as she wove a threadbare blanket. Each stitch was a whisper of hope, a promise she made to her daughter, Clara, who was just outside playing with the other children. Laughter rang through the air, yet the mother could only think of the chilling news that had come the previous day. The war had reached their borders, and the drums of conflict were sounding nearer with each passing hour. Clara, with her golden curls and bright blue eyes, was blissfully unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. She chased butterflies, her laughter a sweet melody that danced through the air. But for her mother, every giggle felt like a ticking clock. As she watched her daughter spin in circles, the mother recalled her own childhood, playing in fields of wildflowers, unaware that the world could be so cruel. A promise made on that same ground echoed in her mind. "I will always keep you safe." But how could she protect Clara from the raw forces of nature and man? The mother's fingers paused over the fabric, and she swallowed hard, recalling her own mother's words from so long ago. "When the world is dark, remember that love is a light that never fades." The weight of her promise pressed heavily on her chest. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Clara, yet reality loomed like thunderclouds overhead. The fear that had been nudging at her heart began to swell, threatening to consume her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the cottage, Clara burst through the door, her cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mama, look what I found." In her hands, she clutched a tiny, delicate butterfly, its wings of vibrant orange and black. The mother forced a smile, but her heart sank. This innocence would soon be shattered, and she couldn't protect her from what was coming. "It's beautiful, my love," she said, her voice a soft whisper, heavy with unshed tears. "But remember, sometimes beautiful things can be fragile." Clara's brow furrowed in confusion. The words were meant to shield her from the harshness of life, but the mother could feel the truth biting at her heels. How would she explain the unexplainable? Days turned into weeks, and rumors of the approaching army spread like wildfire. The villagers huddled together, their faces marked with worry, their voices hushed. The mother's resolve grew with each passing day. She began to gather what little supplies she could: dried herbs, a few scraps of fabric, and the handmade blanket she had been stitching. Each item was a piece of a larger plan, one that she hoped would keep Clara safe. One evening, while Clara slept soundly, the mother sat at the window, staring into the black abyss of the night. The stars twinkled above, distant and cold, but beneath their glow, she felt a deep sense of urgency. She had to make a decision. The village was no longer safe. They were but pawns in a game played by those far away. With a heavy heart, she resolved to leave, to find a place where they could be free, if only for a little while. The next morning, Clara awoke to find her mother packing a small satchel. "Mama, where are we going?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. The mother knelt beside her, brushing the hair from her forehead. "We're going on an adventure, Clara." The words felt like a lie, but she needed to keep her daughter's spirit bright. "An adventure?" Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement again. "Will there be butterflies?" In that moment, the mother's heart ached with love and sorrow. They would face a world filled with uncertainty, but all Clara could see was the promise of magic. As they set off, hand in hand, the mother cast one last glance at their home. Memories flooded her mind. Clara's first steps, her laughter filling the air, the warmth of their shared moments. But she could no longer afford to dwell on what was left behind. The sound of marching footsteps echoed in the distance, a haunting reminder of the reality they were fleeing. They walked through dense forests, across wild rivers, and climbed steep hills, Clara's spirit never wavering. She would stop to collect wildflowers, weaving them into crowns, reminding the mother of the beauty still left in the world. But each night, as they settled down beneath the stars, the mother felt the weight of her promise intensifying. How could she safeguard her child when the shadows of war loomed so close? As daylight broke one morning, they found themselves at the edge of a clearing, a village untouched by the chaos they had left behind. The laughter of children drifted on the breeze, and for a fleeting moment, hope blossomed in the mother's chest. Perhaps they could start anew. Perhaps she could keep her promise after all. But just as she began to feel that warmth, the distant sound of horns and drums began to rise again, echoing through the trees, a chilling reminder that safety was an illusion, and that the world was still teetering on the edge of darkness. Clara, unaware of the tension in the air, skipped forward, her laughter ringing out like a bell. The mother's heart raced as she watched her daughter move away, but she couldn't shake the feeling of dread. Each step Clara took into the clearing felt like a step away from safety, and as the mother's heart pounded in her chest, she realized that the greatest battles were not fought with swords and shields, but within the hearts of those who loved. Would she be strong enough to face what lay ahead, or would the promise she made become a haunting echo in the silence? The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the small village of Rama. It was a day like any other, yet a hum of expectation thrummed in the air, as if the very earth beneath the villagers' feet sensed something monumental about to unfold. A woman named Hannah sat on a worn wooden stool outside her modest home, her face a canvas of longing and sorrow. She had waited years for this moment, her heart aching with hope that had turned to despair and back again. Hannah had been married to Elkanah for many years, and while he loved her dearly, her barrenness cast a shadow over their lives. She watched as other women cradled their babies, their laughter ringing out like sweet music. With each passing year, her own cry for a child grew louder. It was not merely the pain of childlessness that tormented her. It was the weight of shame, the whispers behind her back, the looks of pity. Hannah was a woman of faith, but faith felt heavy when all she desired was to be a mother. On the day that would change everything, Hannah made her way to the temple, her heart racing with desperation. The air was thick with incense, the murmurs of worship mingling with the flickering flames that danced on the altar. There, in that sacred space, she poured out her soul to God, tears streaming down her cheeks. "O Lord of hosts," she cried, "if you will only look upon your servant's misery and remember me, and not forget your servant, but give her a son, then I will give him to the Lord for all the days of his life." Her words echoed in the stillness, a haunting melody of longing that reached deep into the heavens. Eli, the priest, observed her closely, his brow furrowing in confusion as he thought she was drunk. "How long will you go on drinking? Get rid of your wine," he admonished. Hannah's heart sank, but she quickly clarified, "Not so, my lord. I am a woman who is deeply troubled. I have been pouring out my soul to the Lord." There was a moment, a brief flicker of connection, as Eli's demeanor softened. "Go in peace," he said to her. "May the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him." With those words, a spark ignited within Hannah. Hope began to bloom, fragile yet vibrant. She returned home with a renewed spirit, sharing a meal with Elkanah. For the first time in years, there was laughter in their home, even if it felt tentative and cautious. But within her, the promise of life began to stir. As the weeks turned into months, Hannah's belly blossomed like the spring flowers that danced in the breeze. The news spread through Ramah like wildfire, and with every smile and congratulations she received, she felt the weight of her past lifting just a little. She was no longer the woman who prayed alone in the shadows. She was a vessel of hope. The night finally came when the world around her erupted with the cries of a newborn. The air was electric, alive with the sound of life. In the small, dimly lit room, Hannah held her son for the first time, his tiny body warm and fragile in her arms. Samuel. The name felt like a promise, a gift from God that had been woven into the very fabric of her being. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed into the eyes of the boy she had longed for, each heartbeat a reminder of the miracle he represented. But even amidst her overwhelming joy, a whisper of dread floated in the back of her mind. The vow she had made weighed heavily upon her. She remembered the promise she had spoken in the temple, to dedicate Samuel to the Lord. It was a promise of surrender, one that would take her beloved son away from her arms, away from her embrace. As the days turned into weeks and then months, Hannah found herself lost in a dance of love and sacrifice. Samuel grew, his laughter ringing through their home like the sweetest melody. He was the sunshine of her life, and every milestone brought new joy. The first smile, the first words, the first steps. Yet, with each moment of happiness, a shadow loomed, reminding her of the promise she had made. The annual pilgrimage to the temple loomed ahead, and dread filled Hannah's heart. She knew that this was the time she would have to fulfill her vow. As the day approached, she prepared a special offering of a 3-year-old bull, flour, and wine, but her heart felt heavy. She wanted to celebrate, to bask in the warmth of Samuel's laughter, yet she knew what she must do. When they arrived at the temple, the atmosphere pulsed with devotion and reverence. The scent of sacrifice hung in the air, mingling with the cries of worshippers. Hannah approached Eli, her heart pounding like a drum. "My Lord," she called, her voice trembling, "I am the woman who stood here beside you praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked of him." Eli's eyes widened, recognition dawning. He was entranced by the sacred moment as Hannah continued. "So now I give him to the Lord. For his whole life, he will be given over to the Lord." The air thickened with emotion, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to stand still. Hannah's heart shattered and mended all at once. Samuel, innocent and unaware of the weight of his mother's love and sacrifice, twinkled with joy, reaching for her. She knelt down, pulling him close, breathing in the scent of his hair, the warmth of his tiny body. It was a moment of purity, of love so profound that it felt like the universe held its breath. Yet, even in the depths of her sorrow, Hannah felt an ember of peace. Samuel was not merely hers. He was a gift, a promise that transcended her own desires. As she held him, she whispered a prayer not just of goodbye, but of gratitude. She could feel the threads of destiny weaving around them, binding their hearts in an unbreakable bond even as they prepared to part. The sacrifice was not just of a child, but of a dream, a hope, a future. And as Samuel was handed over to the priest, his tiny hands reaching back for her, Hannah knew that both love and loss would follow her always. In that moment, as the temple bells rang out in the distance, the world swirled around her, filled with the echoes of prayers and promises, and Hannah understood that her heart would forever carry the weight of both grief and grace, forever tied to the boy who was destined for greatness. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the bustling streets of ancient Bethlehem. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy swirling around the small, humble home. Inside, a woman named Hannah knelt on the cool, earthen floor, the weight of her prayers heavy upon her heart. She had waited, hoped, and endured countless seasons of heartache. And now, the moment arrived that would change everything. Samuel. The name hung in the air like an incantation, a whisper of divine promise. It held power, an echo of a love so profound that it could part the heavens. Hannah's trembling hands brushed against the soft fabric of her child's swaddling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Naming her son was not merely an act of motherhood. It was an act of rebellion against every mocking laugh and pitying glance she had endured during her years of barrenness. Samuel, meaning God has heard, was a declaration of faith, a vow that her cries had not fallen on deaf ears. Outside, the world carried on, unaware of the profound significance of that name. A few blocks away, men gathered in the marketplace, their voices rising and falling in animated debate. The air was laced with the scent of spices, the sharp tang of olives, and the sweet warmth of figs. Yet, in that small home, time slowed. Hannah could hear the distant murmurs of life beyond her walls. But the only sounds that mattered were the soft breaths of her newborn, a melody of hope. As Hannah cradled Samuel closer, she recalled the promise she had made to God in her desperation. A life devoted to service, she had vowed, if only the heavens would grant her a child. And now, here he was, fragile yet radiant, a vessel of her faith. Every coo that escaped his tiny lips felt like a celebration, a confirmation that she was not forgotten. But along with the joy came a profound sense of responsibility. With the name Samuel came a destiny written in the stars, a path fraught with trials, yet illuminated by divine purpose. The lessons of the past echoed in her mind. She thought of the women who had come before her, Rachel, Leah, Sarah, each bearing their own burdens of longing. Their stories were woven into the very fabric of her own, a tapestry rich with struggle and resilience. In that moment, Hannah understood the weight of legacy. Samuel would carry not just her name, but the hopes, dreams, and prayers of generations. He would be a prophet, a leader, a bridge between the sacred and the mundane. Outside, the laughter of children rang through the streets, their carefree voices a stark contrast to the gravity of her thoughts. Hannah's heart swelled with both joy and fear. What if the world didn't understand him? What if they failed to see the holy spark within? She envisioned the trials he would face, the doubts that would plague him, the sacrifices he would have to make. Yet she also saw his potential, the way he would rise as a beacon of light amid darkness, a voice of truth in a world often shrouded in shadows. As dusk settled, casting a soft glow across the room, Hannah's husband, Elkanah, entered, his expression one of awe and reverence. The sight of their son transformed him. His heart brimmed with pride. "He will be a great man," Elkanah whispered, kneeling beside Hannah, their shoulders brushing together as they admired their son. The warmth of his presence washed over her like a comforting blanket, tethering her to the present even as she navigated the weight of the future. But the air shifted, heavy with unspoken fears. What if their son became a target for those who feared change? The history of their people was written in blood, of prophets silenced, of whispers turned to shouts in the night. The stakes were high, and as the first stars twinkled in the darkening sky, Hannah felt the weight of her promise pressing down on her chest. It was a promise not just to God, but to the world that Samuel would one day inhabit. A distant rumble of thunder echoed, a reminder of the storms that were to come. With each rumble, Hannah's heart raced, caught between hope and trepidation. As she held Samuel, she could almost feel the pulse of destiny thrumming beneath his skin, a rhythm that would guide him through the trials ahead. Little did she know that the name she had given him would resonate through the ages, a touchstone for faith and courage for generations yet to come. In the corners of her mind, shadows danced, whispering doubts that threatened to overshadow her joy. Would she be strong enough to guide him? Could she shield him from the darkness that loomed on the horizon? Each question gnawed at her, a relentless tide threatening to pull her under. Yet, as she looked into Samuel's innocent eyes, she found the strength to push back against the tide. This child was her light, a reminder that hope could flourish in the most barren of hearts. Time seemed to fold in on itself, a moment stretching into eternity. The world outside became a blur, and all that existed was that small room, filled with love and promise. Hannah's heart swelled when she thought of the many paths Samuel could take. Would he be a wise leader or a silent martyr? Would he inspire others or walk alone? The possibilities were endless, but one thing was certain. His name would carry the weight of 1,000 prayers. As the night deepened, an unshakable resolve settled within her. She would nurture him, guide him, and prepare him for the world that awaited. The name Samuel would not only define him, it would be a rallying cry in the face of adversity. Her son would rise, not just as a man but as a symbol of faith, a living testament to every sleepless night, every tear shed in longing, and every prayer spoken in the quiet hours of dawn. Outside, the winds began to stir, rustling the leaves of the olive trees, a gentle reminder of the divine orchestration at play. Hannah could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors who had come before her, their spirits woven into the fabric of the night. They celebrated with her, acknowledging the significance of this moment. Samuel was not just a name. He was a promise fulfilled, a beacon of hope in a world that desperately needed it. And as the last rays of sunlight vanished, leaving behind a blanket of stars, Hannah held Samuel close, knowing that the significance of his name would echo through the ages, a transformation of heart and spirit that would forever change the course of history. The night was alive with the hum of possibility, and the journey was just beginning. The air was thick with anticipation, a tension that danced like the flickering flames of the sacrificial altar. Hannah stood at the entrance of the Shiloh temple, her heart pounding like a drum, each beat echoing the weight of her decision. She glanced down at the child cradled in her arms, a small bundle of life and hope, his cherubic face lit by the soft glow of the oil lamps. Samuel. The name held promises as rich as the soil of her homeland, promises that had blossomed in the barren fields of her heart. For years, she had prayed with a desperation that painted her soul in shades of sorrow. A woman scorned, often ridiculed for her barrenness, she had begged the Lord for a child, a plea that seemed to echo into an endless void. Her prayers were not merely words. They were the cries of her heart, woven with threads of anguish and longing. And then, against all odds, the heavens had answered her, gifting her with a son. Now, the time had come for her to fulfill her vow, a vow made in her darkest hour, a promise to give Samuel back to the Lord. As she entered the temple, the scent of incense mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread. The priests moved about with their sacred duties, their robes flowing like rivers of deep blue and purple, symbols of their calling. Eli, the high priest, was a towering figure, his eyes weary yet wise. Hannah had come to respect him, but now, she felt the weight of his gaze more than ever. It bore into her, questioning, judging, yet filled with an unspoken understanding. Is this the woman? Eli's voice, deep and resonant, broke the quiet. He stepped closer, his brow furrowed in confusion. You were once a woman of many prayers, but now you stand here with a child in your arms? Hannah swallowed hard, her emotions swirling like a storm. Yes, my lord, I am Hannah, your servant. I promised the Lord that if he granted me a son, I would dedicate him to the Lord's service all the days of his life. Each word hung in the air, heavy with the meaning of sacrifice. Eli's eyes softened with recognition. He had seen the anguish in her eyes before, the way her lips moved in silent prayer. Now he understood the depth of her vow, the gravity of her commitment. You honor the Lord, he replied, his voice steady, and your son will be a blessing. With trembling hands, Hannah gently unwrapped the cloth that swaddled Samuel. Her heart ached as she gazed into his innocent eyes, blue like the sky after a storm, filled with curiosity and wonder. She could hardly fathom the road ahead, a life of service, of sacrifice, carved out for this tiny being. But she knew, without a doubt, that this was her purpose. The moment stretched, time slowing as if the world around them faded into a blur. Hannah reached for the small altar, her heart racing. She could almost hear the whispers of history, the cries of mothers across generations who had dedicated their children to the Lord. They had given up their little ones for a higher calling, each story a testament to faith and courage. As she placed Samuel upon the altar, a wave of emotion crashed over her. It was not just a child she was giving up. It was her dreams, her hopes for a future filled with laughter and love. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but they were not tears of regret. They were tears of surrender, mingling with the sweet fragrance of incense that rose to the heavens. In that moment, she prayed, her voice barely above a whisper yet filled with strength. O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your servant, and remember me, and not forget your servant, but will give me a son, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall touch his head. The promise hung in the air, a sacred vow, a bond unbreakable. Eli watched in silence, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He could see the depth of Hannah's sacrifice, the love that poured forth from every fiber of her being. This was not merely an act of duty. It was an act of love that transcended the earthly realm. It was the kind of devotion that could change the course of history. As the ceremony began, Hannah's heart fluttered with both fear and faith. The other women in the temple looked on, some with envy, others with awe. This was not just about Samuel. It was a declaration that echoed through the ages, the power of a mother's love and the strength found in faith. The room buzzed with the energy of countless stories intertwined, each one a thread in the tapestry of God's divine plan. Hannah knelt before the altar, the cool stone pressing against her knees, grounding her in the moment. She took a breath, steadying herself as she fought against the rising tide of emotion. Samuel cooed softly, blissfully unaware of the weight of the moment. The flicker of candlelight danced in his eyes, illuminating a future that was both uncertain and full of promise. A hush fell over the gathered crowd as Eli raised his hands in blessing. The air crackled with electricity, a palpable sense of divine presence enveloping them. Hannah could feel it, an undeniable connection between her heart and the heavens. This was the moment she had longed for, yet it felt like an ending and a beginning all at once. May the Lord bless this child, and may his life be a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness. Eli intoned, his voice resonating with authority. Hannah felt each word resonate deep within her soul, wrapping around her heart like a warm embrace. This was not just a dedication. It was a calling, a stepping stone towards a destiny that would ripple through time itself. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she grasped Samuel's tiny hands, feeling the warmth of his life radiating against her palms. She knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, sacrifices that would test her faith and resolve. But she also understood that she had taken the first step towards something greater, a purpose that transcended her own life, a legacy woven into the fabric of history. The temple echoed with the solemn prayers of the people, a chorus of hope and faith swirling like a whirlwind. And in that sacred space, Hannah's heart swelled with an indescribable joy, the kind that only comes from surrendering to a higher calling. It was a feeling that would forever change the course of her life and the life of her beloved Samuel. As she stood, the altar still warm from her touch, the stories of mothers who had come before her filled her mind. Each one had faced their own trials, their own moments of sacrifice. She was a part of a lineage that stretched far back, a tapestry of faith woven through time. The weight of history bore down on her, and in that moment, she felt both insignificant and profoundly important. Samuel cooed again, and Hannah's heart swelled. This was not an ending. It was merely the beginning of an extraordinary journey, one that would take them both to places she could only imagine. The world lay before them, vast and full of possibilities, and the promise of God's blessing lingered in the air like a sweet perfume, intoxicating and uplifting. In that sacred moment, Hannah turned to Eli, her voice steady and resolute. "I will keep my vow," she declared, and the words rang out, a proclamation that would echo through time. Little did she know, the journey they were about to embark upon would shape not just Samuel's life but the very fabric of a nation. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, shadows danced around the ancient temple, whispering secrets of the past. Women gathered in quiet reverence, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of hope and devotion. This was not just a ritual. It was a reclaiming of their power, a moment when their spirits broke free from the chains of centuries-old traditions that sought to silence them. In many ancient cultures, women were the backbone of spiritual life. In Egypt, priestesses like the revered Hathor, goddess of love and motherhood, wielded influence that reached beyond the walls of temples. They presided over sacred ceremonies, guiding the community in worship, ensuring the gods were pleased. The people believed that without these women, the balance of the world would falter. They were not mere followers. They were leaders, their voices rising like incense to the heavens, demanding respect and reverence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over a temple in Jerusalem, young women prepared for the Passover feast. They sang songs that had echoed through generations, their hearts full of stories of resilience and survival. In Jewish tradition, women were tasked with lighting the Shabbat candles, a simple act that held profound significance. It was a moment of connection, of creating a sacred space. This ritual, often overlooked in historical accounts, was a testament to their central role in keeping faith alive, their hands shaping the very essence of family and community. In ancient Greece, the Thesmophoria festival honored Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, and women were its heart. Only they could participate in the rituals that ensured fertility of the land and prosperity of the people. Their laughter mingled with the earthy scent of the harvest, a celebration of life that echoed through the valleys. As they gathered, adorned in flowing robes, they invoked the goddess's blessings, their unity a powerful force against the struggles of their time. Even amidst the clashing of swords in distant wars, these women created a sanctuary of peace, a reminder of the cycles of life. In the deserts of Arabia, the stories of women like Khadija, the first wife of the Prophet Muhammad, reveal another layer of the spiritual journey. She was a businesswoman, a mother, a confidant, and a believer. Her support for Muhammad during his trials was unwavering, her faith a beacon of strength. The early Islamic community welcomed women as active participants. They spoke, they taught, they led prayers. Yet, as the years passed, many of these contributions faded into shadows, but their impact remained etched in the very fabric of faith. In India, the sacred fires of Hinduism welcomed women as priests in some regions, a role that allowed them to connect with the divine in an intimate way. The Agni, or fire, was seen as a purifying force, and women who performed rituals by its side were believed to hold the keys to spiritual enlightenment. These ceremonies were not just acts of devotion. They were powerful affirmations of womanhood, each mantra chanted lifting the community higher, binding them together in shared belief and strength. Yet, the tides shifted over the centuries. Societal changes began to confine women, relegating them to the background of religious practices. Constrictions emerged like weeds choking a garden, and the voices that had once soared began to quiet. Even in the face of oppression, women found ways to resist. In the 19th century, the suffragette movement ignited a fire of activism that rekindled their spiritual heritage. Women like Sojourner Truth and Elizabeth Cady Stanton connected their fight for rights with their faith, reminding the world that spirituality was not just a man's domain. As the 20th century unfolded, women across the globe began to rise again, each one a spark igniting a movement. In Latin America, the Madres de Plaza de Mayo marched with unwavering resolve, their faith in the face of injustice a powerful testament to the strength found in collective grief and hope. They prayed for their lost children, intertwining mourning with a sacred mission for justice, their presence a profound reclamation of spiritual authority. Through decades of struggle and strife, there emerged a chorus of voices, echoing the wisdom of their ancestors. Each chant, each prayer, became a collective heartbeat, resonating through time. Women began to reclaim their roles in religious practices, stepping from the shadows into the light, bringing their authentic selves back into the fold. They demanded acknowledgement, not just as supporters, but as leaders, teachers, and guides. As the world turned toward the present, a new wave of spiritual feminism rose, breathing life into traditions long stifled by silence. Women began rewriting the narratives of their faiths, reclaiming symbols twisted over the years. They infused spirituality with their experiences, creating a dynamic interplay of past and present. Rituals once limited to men were embraced by women, the sacred feminine rising as a force to be reckoned with. In the stillness of a moonlit night, a woman stood before an altar, her heart pounding with the magnitude of her ancestral legacy. She lit a candle, a simple act, yet profound, and felt the weight of generations behind her. Each flicker of flame carried the whispers of her foremothers, their dreams and struggles intertwining with her own. In this moment, she understood. She was not just a participant in a ritual. She was the embodiment of centuries of faith, resilience, and power. And as she closed her eyes and breathed deeply, she felt the pulse of the universe align with her own. The sacred and the ordinary merged in that space, a reminder that the role of women in religious practices was not merely about tradition, but about transformation. Each prayer, each act of worship, was a step toward reclaiming their rightful place, a journey that was far from over, pressing forward into the unknown, where shadows and light danced together, promising a future ripe with possibility. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across the ancient landscape, the air shimmered with anticipation. Whispers of the past echoed through the olive trees as Hannah stood, her heart pounding, in the small village of Ramah. The weight of her sorrow clung to her like a heavy cloak, but within her chest, a spark flickered, hinting at the power of her voice. In that moment, she was not merely a woman trapped in the confines of her circumstances. She was a vessel of emotion, a bearer of hope. Hannah's song was not just a melody. It was a reflection of her spirit and a testament to her journey. Each note carried the burden of her longing, the desperation of a woman who had faced the cruel ache of barrenness. The people of her time believed that children were a blessing, a divine reward for a faithful life. Yet Hannah's faith was tested in the shadows of despair. With every note she sang, the villagers could almost see the layers of her pain unfurling like the petals of a flower, revealing the beauty hidden within her struggle. Her voice rose above the rustling leaves, weaving through the air with a haunting grace. Each word she uttered was steeped in rich imagery, evoking the God who had been both her tormentor and her savior. The lyrics spoke of a world turned upside down, of strength found in weakness, and joy born from despair. It was a paradox that resonated deeply, for in her song lay the echoes of countless women who had walked the same path of heartache and yearning. As she sang, Hannah yearned for more than just a child. She sought validation, a place of honor in a society that often silenced women's voices. In her lyrics, she proclaimed that God had the power to bring forth life from the barren, to flip the expectations of the world on their heads. The imagery of the powerful being brought low while the humble were lifted high danced in her mind, a powerful testament to the divine justice she longed to see. The crowd around her was entranced, caught in a moment of reverence. They witnessed something transformative, a glimpse of the divine woven into the fabric of Hannah's sorrow. For within her song was the spirit of a woman unafraid to challenge the status quo, to cry out not just for herself but for all those who felt voiceless. Her words became a rallying cry, a promise that even in the darkest of times, there was a flicker of hope waiting to be ignited. But as the song swelled, a tension crackled in the air. The shadows flickered with the weight of unspoken fears. Hannah knew that her song would not just be heard, it would be scrutinized. The elders, steeped in tradition, might see her words as too bold, too radical. The very act of a woman singing so openly was a challenge to the norms they had upheld for generations. Yet, Hannah pressed on, her heart a drumbeat of courage, urging her forward. In the depths of her melody, the themes of struggle and triumph intermingled. She sang of the barren womb that could bloom and of faith unwavering against the tide of doubt. Each verse beckoned forth images of brokenness transformed into beauty, a reminder of the stories of old, of Sarah, of Rachel, of countless women who had walked the road of longing. Hannah's song was a bridge between their past and her present, a living testament to the power of faith and resilience. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with every crescendo. They felt the weight of her words settle in their bones, as if Hannah was breathing life into their own dreams, their own struggles. The song was more than a personal lament. It was a collective outcry, a reminder that within the rhythm of life lay the potential for rebirth. Tears glistened in the eyes of the old and young alike as they grasped the significance of her message. Each note was a reminder that they were not alone in their trials. Yet, as the final notes hung in the air, an unsettling silence followed. The village was caught in a moment of hesitation, the fragile threads of hope woven tightly with the specter of doubt. Hannah's heart raced. Would her song be embraced or cast aside? Would her vulnerability be met with understanding or scorn? The vulnerability she had poured into her song now felt like a double-edged sword. Just then, a voice broke the stillness, a low murmur that grew louder, a voice of a man who had always been the first to judge. "What is this madness?" he called out, his skepticism echoing through the crowd. A woman's song? What power does it hold? The words struck like a blow, a stark reminder of the very chains Hannah sought to break. But instead of retreating, Hannah stood tall, the spark in her heart igniting into a flame. Her response was met with a deafening silence, for every eye was upon her. In a moment that felt like an eternity, she realized that this was more than just her own story. It was about the countless women who had been silenced, the voices stifled by fear and tradition. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her voice rising once more, stronger this time, fueled by the raw energy of conviction. I sing not just for myself, but for those who have been cast aside. I sing of the God who sees the unseen and hears the unheard. Each word reverberated like a drum, penetrating the very hearts of her audience. Hannah's song transformed from a personal lament into a universal anthem of defiance against despair. Her voice became a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkest corners of their existence and challenging the norms that had held them captive. In that moment, the villagers felt something shift. The walls of doubt began to crumble, and the thread of unity wove tighter among them. They were drawn into Hannah's song, not just as spectators but as participants in a sacred act of rebellion. Hope sparked in their hearts, igniting a collective resolve to rise above the limitations of their circumstances. As her song reached its crescendo, the echoes of their shared dreams melded with her melody, creating a symphony of resilience that transcended time. And as the last note lingered in the air, a profound silence fell over the crowd, but it was no longer filled with doubt. It was a silence pregnant with possibility, the dawning of a new era where voices could rise, where songs of hope could be sung without fear. The tension hung thick in the air, a promise of what was to come, a potent reminder that change was not just possible, it was inevitable. Hannah's song had become a catalyst, a symbol of the strength that lay within, ready to break free from the shackles of the past. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and the distant sounds of laughter from children playing in the sun. A mother stood by the window, gazing out at the world she had nurtured for years. Her hands, soft from years of holding her children, trembled slightly as she gripped the edge of the sill. Today marked a significant shift, not just in her life but in the lives of those around her. It was a moment teetering between the known comforts of motherhood and the uncharted waters of faith. In the quiet corners of her mind, memories of lullabies intertwined with prayers whispered in the dark. Each note, each syllable, crafted a tapestry of love that enveloped her household. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she felt the stirrings of something more profound, a yearning that tugged at her heart and beckoned her to something beyond the tangible. Her children's laughter faded into the background, replaced with echoes of ancient hymns, teachings passed down through generations. The village church, a sturdy stone structure adorned with stained glass that told stories of old, stood as a silent sentinel of hope. It was a place where faith blossomed, yet she had always felt like an outsider, lingering at the edges while others found solace within. A flicker of doubt brushed against her thoughts. What if she was not enough? What if the love she gave could not withstand the weight of newfound beliefs? The transition from the nurturing embrace of motherhood to the often demanding realm of faith felt daunting, akin to climbing a steep mountain without knowing what lay beyond the next ridge. As her children played, their laughter ringing like silver bells, she recalled how her own mother had guided her through the trials of womanhood. Those late-night talks, filled with dreams and fears, had shaped her understanding of love's depth. Her mother's faith had been unwavering, a beacon that shone brightly even in the darkest nights. But now, standing at the precipice of change, she felt the haunting whispers of uncertainty. The villagers gathered that evening for a service, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of souls seeking solace. She could hear the hymns weaving through the air, a magnetic pull that beckoned her closer. Yet, the door to the church felt heavy, a barrier between her and the divine. Memories of her children danced in her mind, each giggle, each tear, each moment of joy. Would they understand her quest for faith? Would they see it as a betrayal of the love she had nurtured? Even as she battled with her thoughts, the church's door creaked open, releasing a gentle glow that spilled onto the cobblestone path. It was as if the building itself was inviting her, whispering promises of grace and understanding. The flames of her faith flickered to life, ignited by the voices of those who had walked this path before her. She stepped into the church, her heart racing like a wild drum. The air inside was warm, filled with the scent of candles and the faintest hint of incense. Eyes turned toward her, some filled with warmth, others with curiosity. She felt exposed, yet a strange comfort wrapped around her shoulders like a soft shawl. The pastor spoke of love, of sacrifice, and of a faith that could move mountains. Every word resonated within her, echoing her own struggles and desires. As the service flowed on, the stories of ancient prophets and mothers of faith unfolded, weaving a connection between past and present. She could almost see them, strong women standing firm against the tides of doubt, offering their children the legacy of belief. Hadn't her own mother done the same for her? The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Faith was not unlike motherhood. Both required vulnerability, a willingness to let go, and a hope that the seeds planted would one day blossom. Tears welled in her eyes as the weight of her journey pressed upon her. The struggle between nurturing her children and nurturing her spirit seemed less like a conflict and more like a beautiful dance. With every hymn sung, with every prayer uttered, she began to peel away layers of self-doubt, revealing the core of who she was: a mother, a believer, a woman in search of something greater. The service reached its crescendo, and as the congregation joined together for the final hymn, she felt a pull within her chest. The warmth of those around her enveloped her like a protective cocoon. A sense of belonging washed over her, a feeling she had longed for but doubted she would find. In that moment, she realized she was not alone. The women beside her had stories of their own, each one a thread in the intricate fabric of faith and motherhood. They were all navigating the same waters, each wave a testament to their resilience. With the final notes of the hymn lingering in the air, she felt a surge of hope flood through her. This transition was not an ending but a beginning. It was a step toward something that could intertwine her love for her children with a deeper love for her faith. She could be both, a nurturing mother and a devout believer, forging a path where the two could coexist. As the congregation began to disperse, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. The transition from motherhood to faith was a journey, one that would not always be easy, but one that promised growth, understanding, and a richer love. With her children waiting for her outside, their innocent faces glowing with expectation, she took a deep breath and stepped into the cool night. The stars sparkled above her, winking in approval. The world around her seemed vibrant and alive, filled with possibilities. She was ready to embrace the journey ahead, where motherhood would meet faith in a beautiful tapestry of love and strength, each thread woven tightly together in a never-ending dance. In the quiet corners of the ancient temple, where sunlight filtered through intricately carved stone, a young boy named Samuel moved with a curious spirit. Each morning, he awoke to the sound of birds singing, their melodies intertwining with the distant sounds of worship. Samuel's heart swelled with a yearning that was both thrilling and terrifying. As he stepped outside to greet the day, the temple stood before him, a monumental testament to faith and tradition, a place where history breathed alongside the living. He was not yet old, perhaps only 12, but already he bore the weight of a calling that seemed to pulse in the very air around him. Some days, he felt like a mere ghost roaming the hallowed halls. Other days, he felt the fiery breath of purpose igniting his soul. His days were filled with chores and duties, tending to the flickering lamps and sweeping the stone floors. But beneath the surface, something incredible was brewing. As Samuel busied himself, the quiet whispers of the elders often reached his ears. They spoke of prophecy and destiny. "The boy will be a great prophet," one elder said, eyes twinkling with conviction. Yet, Samuel simply smiled, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. How could he, a humble servant of the temple, ever hope to fulfill such a grand vision? One evening, as dusk painted the temple in shades of orange and lavender, Samuel sat in the holy sanctuary, holding a flickering oil lamp. The soft glow illuminated the sacred texts that lined the walls, stories of ancient kings and divine encounters. Samuel traced his fingers over the worn parchment, feeling the weight of their messages. The air was thick with a mix of incense and anticipation. It felt as if the very stones were alive, waiting for something momentous to happen. Then came the night when everything changed. In the stillness, a voice broke through his thoughts, clear and commanding. "Samuel." The boy jumped, heart racing. Was he dreaming? The voice called again, slicing through the quiet like a blade. "Samuel." He leaped to his feet, glancing around, half expecting to see an angel hovering in the shadows. The voice was real as the chill in the air that made his skin prick with goosebumps. "Here I am," he whispered, uncertainty flooding his mind. Who was calling him? What did it mean? The voice beckoned him again, and Samuel, caught between fear and exhilaration, answered the call and raced to Eli, the high priest who presided over the temple. Eli, a man draped in the wisdom of years, was weary but attentive. "What is it, my son?" he asked, sensing the urgency in Samuel's stride. "I heard a voice," Samuel stammered, his heart pounding. "It called my name." Eli's brow furrowed, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his weathered face. "Go back and lie down," he instructed, his voice firm yet gentle. "If the voice calls you again, answer." Samuel returned to his quarters, a mixture of hope and dread swirling inside him. He lay down, heart racing with expectation. In the silence, he closed his eyes, straining to listen. And then, in the stillness once more, the voice surged through the air, rich and powerful. "Samuel." This time he knew what to do. He sprang to his feet and rushed to Eli. "It called me again," he exclaimed, breathless with awe. Eli regarded him, recognizing the sacred nature of what was unfolding. "It is the Lord," he said, his voice low and solemn. "When you hear the voice again, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" Samuel nodded, the weight of the moment settling over him like a heavy cloak. He returned to his place, heart pounding with both fear and exhilaration. The temple felt alive, the walls echoing with the promise of something extraordinary. Days turned into weeks, and Samuel's connection to the divine deepened. Each encounter with the voice stirred something profound within him, a sense of purpose that refused to be ignored. He learned to listen not just with his ears but with his heart. Every word he received felt like a drop of rain in a drought, refreshing and vital. But with each revelation came an understanding of the burden it carried. As Samuel grew in wisdom, he also felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. The temple was filled with noise, sacrifices, prayers, and the constant hum of life, but it also held secrets of a troubled nation. The cries of the people began to seep into his dreams, worries and fears woven into the fabric of his thoughts. Samuel saw visions of Israel, wandering and lost, seeking guidance, and he felt a fire ignite within him. "I must be a voice for them," he murmured one night, staring at the stars that watched over the temple like ancient guardians. But the shadows of doubt crept in. What if he failed? What if the people turned away, their hearts hardened against the truth? Those questions haunted him, yet they only fueled his determination. He stood before the altar one night, tears glistening in his eyes. "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," he pleaded, desperation mingling with hope. And then the voice came clearer than ever. "I have chosen you to speak to my people." In that moment, it felt as if the world stopped spinning. Samuel's heart soared. He was being entrusted with a mission that would shape the future. With each passing day, he embraced his role, praying for courage, wisdom, and strength. The sacred walls of the temple had become more than just a shelter. They were his sanctuary, a place where he could grow and learn the ways of the divine. But even as he blossomed, Samuel remained a boy, innocent yet aware of the burdens that lay ahead. His training was both exhilarating and daunting. The elders began to notice the light within him, and whispers of his potential spread like wildfire. "The boy has a gift," they said, eyes wide with wonder. Yet, with each compliment came a new layer of expectation. Samuel felt the pressure mount, a storm of emotions swirling inside him. One night, as he practiced the sacred rituals, he glanced up at the towering pillars of the temple, each one a symbol of strength and resilience. He could feel the weight of the stories embedded in the stone, the prayers that had been uttered, the hopes that had been laid bare. In that moment, Samuel understood that he was part of something greater, woven into the very tapestry of history. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the sacred ground, a sense of foreboding settled in his chest. The world outside the temple was not as it seemed. Darkness loomed, and he felt the weight of his calling growing heavier. He was losing himself in the demands of the divine. Samuel stood at the threshold of destiny, the echo of the voice still ringing in his ears. He was ready to embrace the challenge, ready to face the unknown. But little did he know that the path ahead would twist and turn, weaving through trials and tribulations that would test his spirit like never before. As he took a deep breath, the flickering flame of the oil lamp danced in the stillness, a symbol of the light he carried within. In that sacred space, he felt the pull of destiny, a call that would echo through the ages, leading him toward a future that was as uncertain as it was promising. The night was alive with possibility, and Samuel, a boy on the cusp of greatness, was ready to step boldly into the unknown. The small town of New Hope held its breath as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and pink across the sky. It was a time when whispers of love and loss intertwined with the rustling leaves, and in the silence of dusk, Hannah stood at her window, gazing at the fading light. The air was tinged with the scent of summer blooms, and her heart raced in rhythm with the fluttering of wings overhead. She felt a magnetic pull toward Samuel, the boy with the laughter that could light up the darkest corners of her world. Samuel had always been there, just a heartbeat away. With his tousled hair and easy smile, he was a force of nature, brightening even the bleakest of days. They grew up together, sharing secrets under the sprawling oak tree in the park and dreaming of futures that seemed as far away as the stars they often counted together. But now, as the shadows lengthened and uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud, the bond they shared felt different, more intense, more electric. Each exchanged glance held a weight of unspoken words. Samuel often caught her watching him, his gaze lingering a heartbeat too long, sending shivers down her spine. That night, the two of them met at their favorite spot by the river, the water shimmering like 1,000 diamonds under the moonlight. The sound of the gentle current was a soothing backdrop to the swirl of emotions between them. "Hannah," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, the way it always was when he spoke her name. "Do you ever think about what happens next?" Her heart raced. She could feel the heat in his gaze, an intensity that nearly knocked the breath from her lungs. "What do you mean?" "About us," he said, taking a step closer. What if things changed?" The question hung in the air, thick and palpable. Hannah's pulse quickened. She knew what he meant. The uncharted territory of their friendship stirred something deep within her, a longing she had kept hidden, like a treasure buried beneath layers of sand. "Maybe change is good," she replied, her voice steadier than she felt. "Maybe it's time for something new." Samuel stepped closer still, the space between them vanishing. His eyes searched hers, filled with questions and hopes, dreams like wildflowers blooming against all odds. "I want to be more than friends, Hannah. I want to be everything." Her heart swelled, but fear crept in like a thief in the night. What if their friendship shattered under the weight of their desires? What if the laughter they shared turned to silence, and the joy gave way to regret? "It's risky, Samuel," she replied, her voice trembling slightly. "What if we ruin everything? Or what if we don't?" He countered, his determination shining through the uncertainty. "What if this is what we've been waiting for?" The moonlight illuminated their faces, casting a soft glow around them. The moment felt suspended in time, charged with possibilities. Hannah's throat tightened as she wrestled with her emotions. She wanted to leap into the unknown, but the fear of falling held her back. Samuel reached for her hand, their fingers intertwining, a silent promise that spoke louder than words. The warmth of his touch sent sparks through her, igniting a fire that had smoldered for far too long. Just then, a sudden rustle in the nearby bushes broke their moment, interrupting the fragile cocoon of intimacy they had woven. The tension snapped, leaving behind a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Both turned to find the source of the sound, hearts racing. A deer emerged, pausing to drink at the river's edge, its innocence a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing between them. The sight drew a laugh from Samuel, a sound that echoed with familiarity and comfort. Hannah felt a rush of relief, the brief interruption allowing her to gather her thoughts. "See," she said, trying to lighten the mood. "Even nature knows when to pause." "But it's not the pause I'm worried about," Samuel replied, his voice suddenly serious again. "It's the leap." And there it was, the crux of the matter. The leap they both feared yet yearned for. The plunge into something deeper than the innocent camaraderie they had cherished for years. Hannah swallowed hard, her heart pounding like a drum. The air felt electric, charged with the potential of what could be. "Samuel," she began, needing to voice the storm that churned inside her. "I don't want to lose you." He stepped closer, his brow furrowing with concern. "You won't. You mean too much to me, but we have to take the leap together. Otherwise, we'll always wonder what could have been." The world around them faded, the river's murmur becoming a distant hum. All that mattered was the connection between them, the gravity of their shared history weighing heavily in the air. Samuel leaned in, his breath mingling with hers, and she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Every moment of hesitation melted away, but before their lips could meet, an all-too-familiar voice broke through the night. "Hannah! Samuel!" It was her mother, calling from the kitchen, oblivious to the fragile moment unfolding just feet away. The sound shattered the tension, yanking them back to reality. Hannah pulled away, her heart racing, a mixture of fear and disappointment swirling within her. They exchanged a glance, one that spoke volumes about the uncharted territory they stood on the brink of. Samuel's expression mirrored her own, a cocktail of longing and frustration. They both knew this wasn't over. The night had only just begun. As she turned to head home, her heart ached with the weight of unspoken desires. But as she walked away, she felt Samuel's gaze on her, a promise hanging in the air. The river flowed on, carrying their hopes along with it, a current of emotion that would not be easily contained. And so, the tension lingered, a thread woven into the fabric of their lives. Each day would bring them closer to the moment of choice, the challenge of stepping beyond the safe shores of friendship into the vast, uncharted waters of love. With every glance exchanged and every tentative smile, the inevitability of their fate loomed larger, a dance of hearts just waiting for the music to begin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the dusty streets, a young boy sat alone, deep in thought. In the flickering light of the oil lamps, his small figure appeared both fragile and immense, a paradox that would haunt his parents forever. He was destined for greatness, yet the burden of his calling weighed heavily upon his tiny shoulders. The whispers of the townspeople trailed behind him like a thick fog, thoughts of what he might become swirling in the air, mingling with the scent of spices and burning incense. In the modest household that echoed with laughter and love, Miriam often found herself caught between joy and trepidation. She would watch her son, Mohammed, run freely in the courtyard, his laughter ringing like a sweet melody. But even in those innocent moments, she sensed an undercurrent of something profound, an awareness that he was different. She had seen how the elders would stop and stare, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. The weight of expectation pressed upon her, a constant reminder that her child was not just any boy. He was destined to be a prophet. Miriam would often awaken in the dead of night, the chill of the desert air creeping into their home, and she would find herself worrying. What would happen when he grew up? What trials would test his spirit? In those quiet hours, she would pray fervently, her heart pounding in her chest as she whispered her hopes to the stars above. The universe, it seemed, held secrets that only time would reveal. As Muhammad reached adolescence, the challenges of parenting a boy marked for greatness began to unfurl like the petals of a blooming flower. He was drawn to solitude, often retreating to the caves of Hira, where the world faded away and the vastness of the sky enveloped him. Each day, Miriam felt a pang of anxiety as she watched him leave. What thoughts raced through his mind? What questions chased him into the silence of the mountains? Would he return, or would he be swallowed by the weight of the world? One fateful night, while the moon hung low and bright, a shiver of electricity danced through the air. It was the moment that would change everything. Muhammad, trembling yet resolute, emerged from the cave, a fire ignited in his heart. The voice of the angel echoed in his ears, and though he felt fear, he also felt purpose. But as he stepped into the tender embrace of dawn, Miriam instantly sensed that something fundamental had shifted within him. Her heart raced as she hurried to greet him. "What happened, my son?" she asked, her voice trembling with concern and curiosity. She saw the light in his eyes, the glimmer of a truth that both terrified and intrigued her. "I have been chosen," he said, his voice steady yet filled with an innocence that tugged at her heartstrings. The weight of his words settled between them, thick and suffocating. Days turned into weeks, and the whispers grew louder. It was no longer just the townsfolk. Even the leaders began to turn their gazes toward their humble home. Miriam found herself walking a tightrope between pride and fear, her heart swelling with love for the boy she had nurtured and the man he was becoming. But with each passing day, she felt the shadows creeping closer, the darkness that loomed over them as the news of his revelations spread like wildfire. On a steamy afternoon, the tension reached a boiling point. A group of men gathered in a nearby marketplace, their voices raised in anger and disbelief. "He speaks of a new god," one shouted. "He threatens our traditions." The murmurs turned to shouts, and Miriam, hearing the chaos, felt the ground shift beneath her. The weight of her son's calling was not only a source of pride, but also a beacon for those who would oppose him. Later that night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the vast expanse of the sky, Miriam held Muhammad close. "They do not understand you, my son," she whispered, fighting back tears. "You must be careful. The world is not ready for what you carry in your heart." His small hand clasped hers tightly, and in that moment, she could feel the tremors of his spirit, a storm brewing beneath the surface. He would not back down, and she was both terrified and proud. One evening, as the sun cast a golden glow over the village, a figure appeared at their door. It was one of the elders, a man cloaked in authority. His eyes were fierce, yet Miriam sensed a flicker of concern. "Your son's words stir unrest," he warned, his voice grave. "They threaten the very fabric of our society." Miriam's heart raced as she listened, the walls of her home closing in. She knew her son was destined for a path lined with thorns, yet she also recognized the power of his truth. As tensions mounted, the line between love and fear blurred. Miriam wrestled with sleepless nights, filled with visions of her son, persecuted and alone. She longed to protect him, to shield him from the world that awaited. Yet deep within her, she understood the fire that burned in his spirit was unquenchable. It was a light meant to shine, even if it drew shadows in its wake. One stormy evening, as the winds howled outside, Muhammad stood at the window, gazing out into the tempest. The sky rumbled with thunder, mirroring the turmoil in their hearts. "They will come for me," he said quietly, almost to himself. Miriam felt a shiver run down her spine. "Then we must stand together," she replied, her voice fierce with maternal love. "I will always stand by you, my son." As days turned into weeks, and the storm of opposition loomed ever closer, the challenges of parenting a prophet became a relentless tide. Yet through the fear and uncertainty, a bond was forged, a connection deeper than blood, tempered by the fires of fate. Miriam stood at the precipice of what was to come, holding her heart against the winds of change, knowing that the path ahead would test them both in ways they could never imagine. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold, A soft, trembling voice pierced the stillness of the morning. It was Hannah, her heart heavy with longing and hope. She stood in the coolness of the early hour, her hands clasped tightly in prayer, whispering promises amid the quiet rustle of leaves. In that moment, she embodied a fierce determination, born from years of heartache, desperation, and unwavering faith. Unlike many, she believed that the power of her words could change the very course of her life and that of her future child. Little did she know that her fervent prayers would bring forth a son destined to change the course of history. Samuel, the name echoed in the air, intertwined with her dreams and aspirations. A child gifted in response to a mother's plea. A boy who would one day be a leader among his people. A prophet, a bridge between the divine and mankind. Hannah's influence on Samuel was already beginning, long before he took his first steps. She was his guiding star, the beacon of hope that shone brightly in the darkness of his early years. In the cozy, humble home in Ramah, the walls were filled with the essence of Hannah's spirit. Each corner carried traces of her love. Handcrafted toys made from woven reeds, blankets stitched with tender care, and the sweet aroma of bread baking in the oven. Each meal shared was a communion of sorts, where stories of faith and courage were passed down like precious heirlooms. Samuel listened, wide-eyed, as Hannah recounted the tales of his ancestors, instilling in him a profound sense of heritage. Her voice, rich with emotion, served as the backdrop to his childhood, nurturing his mind and soul. Yet beneath the warmth of their home, a storm stirred within Hannah. The years of silence, the taunts of her rival Peninnah, and the weight of societal expectations coiled tightly around her heart. But she remained steadfast, pouring her sorrow into the fabric of her son's upbringing. Every lesson she taught was infused with purpose. Every story told was a sprinkling of hope. Samuel would not just be a boy. He would be a man of honor, molded by the trials and tribulations of his mother's journey. As Samuel grew, the bond he shared with Hannah became a powerful force. In moments of laughter, he would mimic her expressions, the spark of mischief in his playful eyes reflecting her unyielding spirit. In times of sorrow, when the shadows stretched long across the fields, he would seek her comfort, her gentle touch soothing his restless heart. The lessons she imparted of courage, faith, and resilience became woven into his very being. But Hannah's influence was not merely a passive mold. It was an active flame, igniting a fire within Samuel that would burn brightly throughout his life. When he wandered into the nearby woods, whispered prayers would dance on his lips, echoing the sentiments he'd learned from her. The trees became his confidants, their rustling leaves a reminder of his mother's voice guiding him through the labyrinth of life. As he matured, the call of destiny began to resonate within him. The simple joys of childhood transformed into the weight of responsibility. Samuel stood at the threshold of manhood, and with each passing year, the burden of his mother's dreams pressed heavier upon his shoulders. He felt the stirring of something greater, a calling that transcended his own desires, a voice that beckoned him to serve his people, to guide them in the ways of the Lord. Yet, with this calling came the fear of failure, a gnawing anxiety that burrowed deep within him. Would he be worthy of the mantle he sensed was waiting for him? In the quiet of the night, he would often find himself staring into the stars, seeking answers in their twinkling brilliance. Hannah, sensing his turmoil, would sit beside him, her hand resting gently on his back. "My son," she would whisper, "the Lord does not call the equipped, He equips the called." Her words wrapped around him like a warm embrace, banishing doubt and instilling courage. The day of Samuel's anointing loomed ahead, a moment that would change everything. He was still a young man, filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Hannah, proud yet anxious, prepared him for the journey that lay ahead. The night before, she poured her heart into a final blessing, capturing the essence of all her hopes and dreams for him. Tears mingled with laughter, her voice a melody of love and encouragement. "Remember, my son, always seek the Lord with your whole heart. Trust in Him and He will guide your steps," she urged, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Samuel leaned in, feeling the weight of her love envelop him. Her words were etched in his soul, a compass that would guide him through the uncharted waters of his future. As dawn broke on the day of his anointing, Samuel felt the gravity of the moment. The air was thick with anticipation, the world poised on the brink of change. He could hear the distant sounds of celebration, but his heart raced with uncertainty. Would he be able to live up to the expectations placed upon him? Could he honor the legacy his mother had bestowed upon him? In that moment, he felt a presence beside him, the gentle reminder of Hannah's unwavering faith. The memories of her steadfastness, her unyielding love, surged forward, flooding him with strength. He closed his eyes, envisioning her standing proudly, her hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to embrace the path laid before him. With renewed resolve, he took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of her spirit propel him forward. Samuel stepped into the light of a new dawn, ready to embrace his destiny. Yet, even as he moved toward greatness, Hannah's influence lingered like a soft glow in the back of his mind, reminding him of where he came from and the love that paved his way. The world awaited the unfolding of his journey, but the truth was, it had already begun long ago, in the heart of a mother who dared to dream. And as he walked into the future, one thing was certain. Hannah would always be a part of him, a guiding flame lighting the path ahead. Hannah stood in the middle of her modest kitchen, sunlight pouring through the window, casting a warm glow over the old wooden table that had seen generations of family meals. The scent of freshly baked bread hung in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of herbs from the small garden outside. She paused, hands resting on the cool, flour-dusted surface, as memories washed over her like a gentle tide. It was here, in this sacred space, that she had woven the threads of her life into a tapestry rich with love, loss, and resilience. Every corner of the room whispered stories of laughter and tears. A faded photograph on the wall caught her eye, a portrait of her grandmother, a woman with steely resolve and an unwavering spirit. Hannah often thought of her grandmother's strength, especially during the lean years when the world seemed harsh and unforgiving. She remembered the bedtime tales woven with the threads of history, tales that sparked a fire in her heart, igniting a desire to carry on the legacy of those who had come before her. It was a legacy carved in the struggles of women who fought for their place in a world that often overlooked their contributions. As Hannah kneaded the dough, her mind drifted to the stories she had been told of the suffragettes, women who marched through the streets, defiant and fierce, demanding the right to vote. She pictured them in their long dresses, banners held high, faces set with determination. Their spirits surged through her veins, urging her to stand for what was right. These women, nameless to many, were the unsung heroes of history, their sacrifices echoing through the ages. Hannah felt the weight of their legacy pressing down on her shoulders, a gentle but persistent reminder of the importance of her own voice. The door creaked open, and the sound pulled Hannah from her reverie. Her son, Jacob, tumbled in, his eyes wide with excitement, holding a tattered book he had found at the local library. "Mom, look what I got." His voice rang with uncontainable joy as he handed her the book. The cover was adorned with an illustration that captured her attention. A powerful depiction of women standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces fierce and resolute. The title sent a shiver down her spine. Women Who Changed the World. As Jacob flipped through the pages, Hannah felt a rush of pride wash over her. This was the next generation, hungry for knowledge, eager to learn about those who paved the way for them. Her heart swelled at the thought of passing down the stories that had shaped her own life. "These women fought so we could have a voice," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "They believed in a future where we could be heard, where we could stand up for what we believe in." Jacob, his brow furrowed in concentration, looked up at her. "Did they win, Mom?" His question hung in the air, innocent yet profound. Hannah felt a lump in her throat. The answer was complicated, woven with the threads of victory and defeat, but she knew the essence of their struggle was alive and well. Yes, they did. They changed things for the better, but their fight is not over. It lives in us, in every choice we make. The weight of Hannah's words lingered in the kitchen, and as she placed the dough in the oven, she felt the warmth radiating through her, an echo of all those who had come before. She thought of her own struggles, the late nights spent studying, the moments of doubt as she pursued her dreams, and the relentless push to provide a better life for Jacob. Each hurdle she faced was a reminder of the legacies she carried, the dreams of her ancestors fueling her every step. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves of the old oak tree that had stood sentinel for decades. It felt as if the very earth was alive with the voices of those who had fought and struggled, their spirits entwined with nature. The tales of women like Sojourner Truth and Susan B. Anthony whispered through the branches, weaving a fabric of tenacity and courage that enveloped Hannah and her family. But it was not just the famous women of history who inspired her. It was the quiet strength of her own mother, who had worked tirelessly to make ends meet, who had taught Hannah the importance of compassion and empathy, and who had instilled in her the belief that every voice mattered. The lessons were simple yet profound. Kindness can change the world. Standing up for others is a duty, not a choice. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the living room, jolting Hannah from her thoughts. Her heart raced as she rushed to investigate. Jacob stood beside a toppled bookshelf, books strewn across the floor, a sheepish grin plastered on his face. "I was just trying to reach the top shelf," he explained, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Hannah couldn't help but laugh, the tension of the moment dissipating. She knelt beside him, helping to gather the scattered volumes. As they sorted through the pages, a sense of connection washed over her. Each book was a doorway to another life, another story. With each title they picked up, Hannah felt the weight of those who had lived, loved, and fought for a better world. The laughter of shared moments mingled with the gravity of history, creating a beautiful tapestry of belonging. As they placed the last book back on the shelf, Hannah paused, glancing out the window at the setting sun. The sky was ablaze with hues of orange and pink, a breathtaking reminder that even the most turbulent storms can yield the most beautiful sunsets. It was a powerful metaphor, one that resonated deeply within her. The struggles of the past were not in vain. They were the foundation upon which future generations would build their dreams. Jacob's gentle voice broke her reverie. "Mom, can we read some of these stories together?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, a reflection of the very passion that had ignited Hannah's heart long ago. Those stories, the tales of resilience and courage, were not just echoes of the past. They were the lifeblood of their present. And in that moment, wrapped in the warmth of their shared connection, she knew she would pass on this legacy, ensuring that the fire of those who came before would never fade. As dusk fell and shadows danced across the room, Hannah gathered Jacob close, her heart swelling with a love that transcended time. The importance of Hannah's legacy was not merely in the stories told or the lessons learned. It was in the spirit of resilience, the echo of voices long gone, and the unwavering belief that every generation held the power to shape the future. In the flickering candlelight, they sat together, ready to dive into those pages, ready to honor the past while forging their own path forward. The journey was only just beginning, and the weight of history felt lighter, filled with promise and hope. The night wrapped its shroud around the village, quiet save for the distant crackle of firewood and the murmurs of anxious voices. Inside a modest home, the flickering candlelight painted shadows on the walls, revealing the tension etched on every face gathered there. Hannah stood at the center, the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. Her heart raced, beats echoing like war drums, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Leaders weren't born. They were forged in the fires of trial and despair. Hannah, a woman of humble beginnings, was no exception. Her father had always told her stories of the great leaders who shaped their land, their voices carrying through time like a river flowing toward an inevitable destination. She had listened intently, her heart swelling with dreams of making a difference, of standing tall when the world seemed to tilt on its axis. But now, as the village faced an uncertain future, those stories weighed heavier than ever. News had reached their ears, whispers of betrayal and impending doom. The leadership that had once been a beacon of hope for the community was crumbling, threatened by rival factions and inner turmoil. The council that governed their lives was fractured, each member grappling with their ambitions, their fears, their own desire for power. Hannah felt the sharpness of each twinge of doubt and despair, as if they were arrows drawn against her heart. She glanced around the room, meeting the eyes of her friends and neighbors. Each face reflected a raw mix of confusion and desperation. A young mother clutched her child, the baby unaware of the storm brewing outside their door. An elder leaned heavily on his cane, the weight of years etched in every line of his face, his eyes pleading for guidance. Hannah felt the energy of the room shift, a palpable yearning for a leader to rise, to unite them against the chaos. Someone must lead us. The elder's voice broke the silence, trembling yet resolute. But who? Who among us can rally the hearts of the people? Hannah's breath hitched. She understood the burden of that question. In the darkest moments, leadership didn't simply mean standing in front of a crowd or wielding a sword. It meant knowing the pulse of the people, understanding their hopes and fears, being their voice when they were too afraid to speak. But could she be that voice? As if sensing her inner turmoil, her friend Sarah stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Hannah, you have always believed in us. You've always fought for our rights, for our future. You can inspire them. You have the strength to lead us through this darkness. Hannah felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. She had spent years helping others find their voices. Maybe it was time to find her own. But doubt lingered in the corners of her mind, whispering that she was unworthy, untested in the fires of true leadership. The stakes were higher than ever, and the fear of failure loomed large. Yet, as she looked deep into the eyes of each villager, she felt their desperation intertwining with her own. But Hannah was not just any villager. Her mother had been a healer, a woman known for her wisdom and compassion, who had taught Hannah that true strength lay in empathy. Perhaps that was the foundation she could build upon. A vision started to unfurl in her heart, vivid and pulsating with potential. If she could weave hope into the very fabric of her community, perhaps they could rise together, stronger than ever. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows as if echoing her thoughts. There was a storm brewing, both in the sky and in the hearts of the people. The council's meeting had to be called, and it was her responsibility to ensure that the villagers were ready to voice their concerns and demands. For so long, they had felt unheard, their struggles drowned out by the bickering of those in power. But now they needed a champion, someone who could stand between them and the storm. Hannah steadied herself, drawing in a deep breath. "We will gather at dawn," she declared, her voice firm as she raised her chin, emboldened by a newfound resolve. "We will be heard. Together, we will show those in power that we are not to be ignored. We are a community, and our voices matter." The room erupted in murmurs of agreement, the flickering candlelight reflecting the glimmers of hope igniting in her friend's eyes. As she spoke, a fire began to blaze within her, fueled by the shared determination that flowed through the room. Each moment stretched, heavy with the weight of what was to come. But the shadows of doubt still loomed, a reminder of the challenges they would face. What if the council dismissed them? What if the rival factions turned their anger on them? The fear clung to her like a shroud, but alongside it was the undeniable truth that unity could shatter the barriers dividing them. Maybe, just maybe, courage could be born from fear. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky with strokes of orange and gold, Hannah felt the pulse of her community beating in time with her own. She gathered the villagers, their faces illuminated by the dawn light, and for the first time, she saw not just fear, but the flicker of resolve in their eyes. Together, they would step into the council chamber, where the air would hang heavy with tension, where their voices would clash like thunder against the walls of complacency. The moment had come, and with it, the anticipation of change hung in the air. Hannah felt the warmth of their unity, their strength intertwining, creating a tapestry of hope that would not easily be torn apart. As they approached the door, the weight of history pressed against their backs, urging them forward. This was a turning point, a moment that would echo through the ages. They would not back down. They would not be silenced. And as the door creaked open, a new chapter awaited them. The courage in Hannah's heart surged. This was only the beginning. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Salem, whipping around corners like a restless spirit seeking solace. Shadows danced in the flickering light of lanterns, casting eerie patterns on the cobblestones as Hannah stood at the edge of the town square, her heart pounding like a drum. It was a night thick with uncertainty, as if even the stars held their breath, anticipating what was about to unfold. Across the square, Eli leaned against the weathered wooden post of the tavern, his silhouette outlined against the dim glow of the firelight. He was a man who carried the weight of the past in his dark eyes, a weight that seemed to grow heavier with every secret he held. Hannah could see the tension in his shoulders, the way they hunched ever so slightly, as if he were bracing himself against the world. She felt drawn to him, an invisible thread tugging at her chest, urging her to cross the space that separated them. Their eyes met, and in that instant, the air crackled with unspoken words. It was a moment suspended in time, filled with the thrum of possibility. But the unrelenting reality of the witch trials loomed over them, a storm cloud that threatened to break at any moment. The fear that gripped the town seeped into their very bones, and yet the bond between them felt like a flickering candle in the darkness, fragile but fiercely alive. As she approached him, Hannah's heart raced. Eli's presence was intoxicating, and with every step, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was more than just a man. He was a storm, a tempest of passion and pain. She could see the scars of his past etched into his skin, a history of loss that made him both beautiful and tragic. The night seemed to wrap around them, a cloak of intimacy that shielded them from the prying eyes of a world that would never understand. "Hannah," he said softly, his voice low and gravelly. It sent a shiver down her spine. There was warmth in the way he said her name, a gentle caress that made her feel seen, truly seen, for the first time in her life. "You shouldn't be out here alone." Her breath caught in her throat. "And yet, here I am." The challenge in her voice was unmistakable, but beneath it lay the vulnerability that she dared not show. The world around them was a dark place, fraught with suspicion and fear, but with Eli, she felt a flicker of hope. "Do you ever wonder if there's a way out of all this?" he asked, his gaze piercing through her, searching for something deeper. A way to escape the madness? Hannah pondered the question, her mind racing. The trials had ripped the fabric of their community apart, fueling hatred and distrust. Families were torn asunder, friendships shattered like glass. But in Eli, she saw a glimmer of something worth fighting for. "Sometimes," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, "but I don't know where that path leads." The tension between them thickened, a palpable force that neither could deny. Eli stepped closer, the heat radiating from his body enveloping her like a warm embrace. "Promise me you'll be careful," he urged, his brow furrowed with concern. "I can't bear the thought of losing you, too." The sincerity in his words made her heart ache. She reached for his hand, their fingers brushing lightly before intertwining. For a brief moment, the world faded away, and nothing else mattered except the connection they shared. "I promise," she whispered, but deep down, she feared the darkness that threatened to consume them both. But then a distant shout pierced the air, a harbinger of chaos. The sound of men's voices rose above the din, and a sense of dread settled in the pit of her stomach. "We should go," she said, pulling away reluctantly. The reality of their lives loomed large, and the shadows were closing in. As they turned to leave, a flash of movement caught Eli's eye. A group of townspeople were approaching, torches in hand, their faces twisted with anger and suspicion. The fear that coursed through Hannah was palpable, a cold grip on her heart. "They can't find us," she murmured, but Eli's expression was grim. "Stay close," he replied, his voice steady yet urgent. Together, they slipped into an alley, pressing against the damp stone wall, their breaths shallow and urgent. The voices grew louder, echoing in the night with shouts of accusation. Hannah's pulse raced, and she could feel the weight of Eli's hand on her back, firm and reassuring. As the mob passed, their words sliced through the darkness, fueling the flames of fear that engulfed the town. "Witchcraft!" they cried. "We must cleanse our streets." Hannah's heart sank. The very air felt toxic, and she could sense the inevitability of the chaos that would follow. Eli turned to her, his expression fierce and protective. "No matter what happens, don't forget what we have," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You're not alone in this." Her eyes filled with tears, and she nodded, feeling the weight of his promise settle around her shoulders like a cloak. In that moment, she realized that their connection was a lifeline in a sea of despair. But as the mob faded into the distance, another thought gnawed at her. How long could they withstand the storm brewing around them? They lingered in the shadows, the world outside a maelstrom of fear and fury. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence between them, a reminder of the fragile bond that had formed amidst the chaos. With the town at the brink of destruction, their relationship became a flickering flame, a beacon of hope that could either illuminate a path to safety or burn them both. As they stood together, the weight of uncertainty hung heavily in the air. Hannah clung to Eli, their hands still intertwined, hearts racing in unison. The darkness around them felt alive, a living entity that watched and waited. She couldn't shake the feeling that their time was running out, that the very thing that bound them together might ultimately tear them apart. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient hills of Israel, a land steeped in promise yet burdened by strife. Hannah stood at the edge of her village, her heart racing as distant shouts echoed through the valley. The air was thick with tension, crackling like the electric charge before a storm. Political winds shifted ominously, and every gust carried whispers of change, some hopeful, others chilling. Just beyond the horizon, the city of Shiloh lay nestled among olive trees. This was not just a place of worship but a focal point of power and conflict. The Ark of the Covenant rested there, a sacred symbol of unity for the tribes of Israel, yet it was also a reminder of the fractures that threatened to tear them apart. Hannah could feel the weight of history pressing down on her, as if the very stones of Shiloh were alive with stories of triumph and tragedy. In the court of the elders, debates raged like wildfire. The Israelites were caught between the allure of monarchy and the call of tribal independence. Some longed for a king to unite them, a figure to lead them against their enemies. Others, like Hannah's father, clung to the ancestral ways, wary of the dangers that centralized power could bring. The elders argued passionately, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore, each side believing fervently in their cause. "Give us a king," was the cry of many, fueled by the relentless threat of the Philistines. The Philistines, with their iron weapons and organized armies, loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. They had invaded time and again, leaving ruin in their wake. Fear gripped the hearts of the people, and with it, a desperate yearning for security. But at what cost? Hannah felt a deep unease, sensing how easily a desire for protection could morph into oppression. A gathering storm in the political arena mirrored the tempest within her own heart. She longed for peace yet feared the price it might demand. In the cool shadows of her home, her mother wove stories of the past, of judges who had risen and fallen, delivering the people from oppression. "We do not need a king," her mother would whisper, her voice low and steady. "We need faith and we need each other." Yet the voices of the dissenters grew louder. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the land, Hannah heard the chants of the young men outside, their fervor palpable. "Saul, Saul, our king?" they cried, rallying for the man who would soon don the crown, a figure that would change their lives forever. In that moment, Hannah felt the ground beneath her shift, the very fabric of their society unraveling. Hannah's thoughts drifted to Samuel, the prophet whose role in this upheaval was both vital and painful. He had served as a bridge between God and the people, but now he faced the unyielding tide of demand for a monarchy. She could see him standing solemnly, his face lined with worry, struggling to convey the consequences of straying from God's path. "You want a king?" he warned. "You shall have one, but he will take your sons and daughters." your wealth and your peace. Yet, even as the warning echoed in her mind, Hannah understood the desperation that fueled the cries for a king. Families were torn apart as warriors left to fight, and every day brought new tales of loss. Mothers wept for their sons, and daughters were left to fend for themselves. The land was scarred, and the people were weary of fighting a seemingly endless battle. In a world where survival felt like a constant siege, the promise of a strong leader was tempting. As dusk settled, Hannah walked among the gathering crowd, feeling the pulse of the nation in the air. She could see the faces of her neighbors, their eyes alight with hope and fear. The decision they faced was monumental. Could a king truly bring unity, or would it fracture their already splintered society? The political landscape was shifting like sand beneath their feet, and Hannah felt herself caught in the tide. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the edge of the gathering. A child, lost in the chaos, cried out for his mother, his voice piercing through the noise like a knife. Instinctively, Hannah pushed through the throng, her heart racing. In the midst of the clamor, she caught sight of the small figure, tears streaming down his face. Without thinking, she swept him into her arms, whispering soothing words as she searched for his family. In that moment, the weight of the political turmoil faded. The cries of a child brought clarity amidst the chaos. Hannah realized that behind every debate, every rally, were individuals, families, and lives intertwined by love and loss. It was not just about power. It was about hope, survival, and the bonds that could either unite or destroy them. As she handed the child back to his grateful mother, Hannah felt a spark igniting within her, a resolve to stand firm in her beliefs. She turned her gaze back toward the elders' council, where the debates raged on. Would they choose the path of a king, or would they find strength in their unity? She needed to know. But even as she pondered these questions, the horizon darkened with the impending storm clouds, a stark reminder that no matter the choices they made, the future was uncertain. The political landscape of Israel was fraught with dangers, and a single decision could alter the course of their history forever. With her heart pounding in her chest, Hannah prepared herself for what was to come, for she sensed that the winds were shifting, and soon, they would all have to face the consequences of those choices. The flickering candlelight strained against the oppressive darkness of the ancient tabernacle. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering ancient secrets as the night settled heavily over Shiloh. In this sacred space, the hum of expectancy filled the air. It was a night like no other, a night that would change the course of Israel's history forever. Samuel, a young boy with tousled hair and wide, innocent eyes, lay nestled in his makeshift bed. The soft rustle of linen wrapped around him, a fragile cocoon of safety in a world that often felt overwhelming. As he drifted between dreams and wakefulness, the distant sound of voices, prayers, and the crackling of offerings reached his ears, a lullaby woven with the threads of devotion and desperation. Yet something else stirred in the air, a palpable tension, as though the heavens themselves held their breath. Somewhere in the stillness of the night, in a moment pregnant with purpose, God was preparing to speak. Just beyond the sanctuary, Hannah sat alone in the quiet of her heartache, her soul a battlefield of longing and resignation. The weight of her years of silence pressed heavily upon her. She had prayed fervently for a child, pouring her soul into each whisper that escaped her lips, her tears mingling with the dust of the earth beneath her. In her heart, a promise had been made. If God blessed her with a son, she would dedicate him to the Lord. Her thoughts danced between hope and despair, a relentless cycle that left her breathless. But tonight felt different. The air was charged, crackling with a divine presence that made her skin prickle. Across the town, the moon cast a silver glow, illuminating her face, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an unmistakable urge to return to the tabernacle. Samuel's dreams began to shimmer with the essence of the divine, colors swirling together, forming visions that felt both foreign and familiar. A voice, distant yet clear, called his name. Samuel. Each syllable rang with authority, echoing in the chambers of his heart. Awakening abruptly, he sat up, eyes wide, the weight of the call heavy upon him. Had he truly heard the voice? Or was it merely a figment of his imagination? In the stillness, he listened intently, the world around him fading away. A second time, the voice called, more insistent. Samuel. This time, he felt a stirring deep within, a recognition of purpose, a beckoning toward something greater. Confusion washed over him as he rose, his feet finding the cool stone floor beneath him. He hesitated, glancing toward Eli's chambers, the old priest who had become a father figure in his life. Did he dare disturb the peace of the night, the fragile silence that enveloped the tabernacle? But the call was insistent, and a silent urging propelled him forward. Rushing to Eli's side, Samuel whispered, "Here I am." The old priest stirred, the weight of his years evident in the lines etched upon his face. "I did not call you," Eli murmured, his voice thick with sleep. "Go back and lie down." Samuel obeyed, retreating to the darkness that had moments ago enveloped him. Yet the voice continued to resonate in his spirit, a melody that refused to fade. This time, he lay still, heart pounding in rhythm with the divine cadence that beckoned him closer, deeper into the folds of his destiny. Hannah, still lost in her thoughts, felt a sudden surge within her. It was as if a light had ignited somewhere deep in her soul. She sensed that this night was pivotal, a turning point not only for her but for her beloved Samuel. With renewed determination, she rose, her heart racing, and made her way to the tabernacle. Each step felt like a promise being fulfilled, the air thick with sacred anticipation. Meanwhile, Eli, now fully awake, recognized a truth that had eluded him in his slumber. The Lord was reaching out, calling Samuel not for the first time but for the very purpose for which he was created. The old priest felt the stirrings of regret for having rested too long, for not having been more attuned to the call of God that had echoed through the ages. "Go again, my son," he urged, his voice steady, eyes reflecting the flicker of the candlelight. "If you hear the voice again, answer, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" Samuel's heart raced with an intoxicating mix of fear and excitement. He returned to his place, the words tumbling over each other in his mind. Could it be? Was the Lord truly calling him? The darkness enveloped him once again, but this time it felt less daunting. Here, in this sacred space, the boy was not alone. As he settled into his bed, the call resounded once again, a chorus of clarity and purpose. Samuel. His heart leaped, the name resonating deep within him like a drumbeat, echoing the fervor of 1,000 prayers. "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." At that moment, Hannah crossed the threshold of the tabernacle, breathless and filled with an energy that seemed to weave through the fabric of the night. She could feel the weight of destiny in the air, and her heart swelled with the promise held within the walls of the sacred space. Every prayer, every tear, every ounce of her devotion had led to this moment. As Samuel listened, the voice of God unfolded before him, revealing a future intertwined with both anguish and hope, ripple effects of impact that would shape not only his life but the lives of all of Israel. And in that sacred union of boy and mother, of call and response, the tapestry of faith began to unfold, a divine orchestration poised on the brink of transformation, a pivotal moment laced with promise that would forever alter their destinies. The shadows deepened around them, but within the tabernacle, an illumination of purpose began to rise, setting the stage for the unfolding narrative yet to come. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage and old wood, mingling together in a sacred dance of memories long past. In a small, dimly lit room, a grandmother sat in front of her grandchildren, her fingers deftly weaving strands of colored thread. Each loop told a story, every knot a prayer. As the evening light cast soft shadows on her time-worn face, the children leaned in, their eyes wide with anticipation. They had heard whispers of the family's legacy, tales that flowed through generations like a river winding through ancient hills. "Long ago," she began, her voice trembling with a mixture of strength and vulnerability, "our ancestors walked these lands, strong and proud. They believed that the earth was alive, that every mountain, Every stream had a spirit, and they honored those spirits with every step. As she spoke, the very walls seemed to absorb her words, embracing the weight of history. The children listened, enraptured. As she painted vivid images of days gone by, they could almost see the warriors clad in animal skins, their faces painted in colors symbolic of the spirits they revered. These were not mere stories. They were the heartbeat of a culture that thrived on respect for nature and the unseen forces that guided their lives. Each warrior had a totem, a guardian spirit that whispered wisdom and provided strength. The grandmother's fingers paused on a particularly intricate stitch, recalling the tale of a great chief whose spirit animal was a majestic eagle. His vision was unmatched, soaring high above the challenges of life. She continued, eyes glistening with nostalgia. When he faced betrayal from within his own tribe, it was the eagle who showed him the path to forgiveness, reminding him that true strength lies not in revenge but in healing. Outside, the wind began to howl, echoing the tension in the room. The children shivered slightly, not from cold but from the electric charge of the moment. This was not just history. It felt alive, breathing, pulsing in rhythm with their grandmother's voice. Your great-great-grandfather faced the same trials, she whispered, leaning closer, her breath warm against their eager ears. He was a healer, a bridge between the spirits and our people. When the settlers arrived, bringing with them fear and misunderstanding, he stood at the edge of the forest, not with a weapon but with an open heart. He welcomed them, extending the hand of friendship. Eyes wide, the children could envision the clash of worlds. The settlers, with their strange tongues and metal tools, confronting the quiet strength of their ancestors. Their hearts raced at the thought of their forebears standing firm, rooted like the ancient trees that had witnessed centuries unfold. But not all were kind, she said, a shadow crossing her face. Many took advantage of his goodwill, betraying the sacred trust. The pain of his betrayal echoed through time, but he chose to rise above it. He taught us that even in darkness, there is light. Forgiveness is our greatest weapon. Tears glistened in her eyes, and the room grew heavy with emotion, as if the very spirits of their ancestors had gathered to listen. The children could feel the weight of their legacy, a burden of resilience and hope that pulsed through their veins. As she finished her tale, the grandmother reached for a small, weathered box on her shelf. Inside lay an assortment of trinkets, feathers, stones, and a tiny, hand-carved figure of an eagle. This, she said, holding it up, was once held by your great-great-grandfather. It symbolizes his spirit and the lessons he passed on. Remember, you carry this legacy within you. She placed the figure in the hands of the oldest child, who trembled at the honor of holding something so sacred. The small figure felt warm, as if it had absorbed all the love and pain of the past. Suddenly, the wind outside howled louder, swirling leaves into a wild dance. The windows rattled, and a chill crept into the room, wrapping around them like a shroud. Goosebumps prickled on their skin, and the shadows seemed to deepen. The children exchanged anxious glances, sensing an energy building, as if the spirits of their ancestors had gathered, drawn by the remembrance of their tales. Do not fear the storm, the grandmother said, her voice steady, becoming a beacon in the rising chaos. It is a sign of their presence. They are here, listening, guiding us still. The bond we share with them is unbreakable. Just as they fought for our way of life, we must fight for theirs, for the balance of nature. Outside, thunder rumbled, shaking the very earth beneath them. The children felt an unexplainable surge of courage, a call to honor their ancestors not just in memory but in action. The stories were not just relics of the past. They were a call to arms against the encroaching shadows of oblivion. The grandmother continued, her voice now a powerful chant, weaving her words into the fabric of time. When the earth cries out, you must listen. When the spirits whisper, you must heed their call. This is your birthright. You are the keepers of this legacy, the guardians of our story. As the storm outside raged, the children's spirits soared, fueled by the weight of their shared history. They could feel the fire igniting within them, a fierce determination to carry forth the teachings that had been passed down through the ages. With each heartbeat, the room seemed to pulse with energy, and the very walls echoed with the whispers of their ancestors. The children sat taller, their hearts pounding with the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a lineage that spanned time, rooted in the sacred connection between their people and the land they called home. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the room, revealing the faces of the children, filled with awe and purpose. The grandmother smiled, her eyes glistening with pride, knowing that she had planted a seed of understanding, a flicker of hope that would grow into a flame of action. In that moment, the storm outside felt like a testament to their strength, a reminder that through turmoil, unity could rise. As the thunder rolled, the children felt their ancestors gathered around them, hearts beating as one, urging them onward. A storm brews over the ancient hills of Israel, the sky dark and foreboding, mirroring the turmoil within the hearts of its people. The sound of thunder rumbles like the voices of prophets long gone, echoing the weight of history, a weight that presses down on the land as heavy as the iron crowns worn by its kings. This is a time when the line between divinity and humanity blurs, where the whispers of God intertwine with the ambitions of men, and where power often leads to ruin. In the days of Saul, the very first king of Israel, the air was thick with promise and dread. Chosen from the humble tribe of Benjamin, Saul stood tall and strong, his heart swelling with hope as he was anointed by the prophet Samuel. But it wasn't long before that hope turned to despair. Power, like a serpent, coiled around his heart, twisting his mind and leading him down a path of jealousy and rage. The haunting melodies of David's harp, which once soothed his troubled soul, now ignited a wildfire of envy. The tormented king could feel the shadows closing in, simmering with betrayal as he hunted the very man God had chosen to succeed him. David, the shepherd boy turned warrior, was a man of contradictions, brave yet tender, a king yet a humble servant. His ascent to the throne was marked by blood and glory, yet it was his deep, soulful connection to God that defined him. With every strike of his sling that felled Goliath, the hearts of the Israelites soared. Yet, with each victory came the gnawing reality of his own fallibility. Bathsheba, like a shimmering mirage, lured him into a pit of lust and deception, leading to the tragic death of Uriah. The prophet Nathan's piercing gaze, full of righteous anger, struck David like a thunderbolt, forcing him to confront the darkness within. The weight of his sins sank him deeper into despair. Yet through it all, David would pen some of the most heart-wrenching psalms, pouring out his soul in sorrow and repentance, seeking to reconcile with the God he had so grievously offended. After David, Solomon ascended to the throne, a man gifted with wisdom beyond measure yet flawed by his own excess. His request for wisdom instead of riches or power was a testament to his humble beginnings. But as time passed, the golden sun of prosperity cast long shadows. The lavish temples, adorned with gold and cedar, could not shield him from the whispers of foreign women, whose gods beckoned him away from the one true God. The once united kingdom began to fracture, the very fabric of their society tearing at the seams as idolatry seeped into the hearts of the people. The splendor of Solomon's reign became a cautionary tale, a bittersweet reminder of how easily the heart can be led astray. The prophets roamed the land, fierce and unyielding. Elijah stood on Mount Carmel, fire dancing around him as he challenged the prophets of Baal. The people, caught in the throes of doubt, watched in awe as the heavens opened and consumed the sacrifice. But the victory was short-lived. Queen Jezebel, her heart set against the prophet, sent her assassins, forcing Elijah to flee into the wilderness, where he would hear the gentle whisper of God, a reminder that the divine is often found not in the chaos of the storm, but in the quiet moments of despair. The tumultuous history of Israel continued with prophets like Isaiah, who spoke of a coming Messiah. His words were fire. They ignited hope in a weary nation longing for redemption. Yet, with every promise came the reality of destruction. The Assyrian and Babylonian invasions loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, threatening to consume everything in their path. The people of Israel felt abandoned, their cries echoing through the ages, each plea a prayer for deliverance from the shackles of their own making. Jeremiah, the weeping prophet, stood amidst the rubble of a crumbling kingdom, his heart bleeding for a people who had turned their backs on God. "Is there no balm in Gilead?" he cried, his voice raw with emotion. The weight of the nation's sins pressed down on him, suffocating yet compelling him to deliver a message of hope. A new covenant, written not on stone but on the hearts of men. Even in the darkness, his faith lit a flicker of light, a promise that one day they would return. As the kingdom of Judah fell into the hands of Babylon, the tragic tale of Israel's kings and prophets reached a fever pitch. The exiles, torn from their homeland, carried with them the memories of their ancestors, their faith, their failures, and the unyielding hope that clung to them like a lifeline. Ezekiel, amid the desolation, would witness visions of dry bones coming to life, a powerful metaphor for restoration, a whisper of God's unfailing love even in the bleakest of times. The cycle of sin and redemption continued, a thread woven through the history of Israel. The people, caught in the dance of despair and hope, would rise and fall, yet always the prophets emerged, their voices a clarion call to return to the faith of their fathers. Through trials and tribulations, they proclaimed the unwavering truth of a God who would not abandon his people, a God who weeps with them in their sorrow and rejoices in their victories. The story of Israel's kings and prophets is far from over. It is a living, breathing testament to human frailty and divine grace, a narrative that transcends time and space. Each character, Saul, David, Solomon, Elijah, Jeremiah, and the many others, shapes the collective memory of a nation, threading their stories into the fabric of a legacy that continues to inspire. In the twilight of their history, as the shadows lengthen and the winds carry whispers of what is yet to come, the people of Israel gather under the fading light. Their hearts beat with anticipation, for they know that the tale of their kings and prophets is a prelude to something greater, a promise waiting to unfold, a light waiting to break through the darkness. As the storm subsides, the air thick with possibility, they feel the stirrings of hope, the gentle caress of a future that beckons just beyond the horizon, a future steeped in the echoes of their past. The air was thick with tension as Hannah stepped onto the cobblestone street, her heart racing. The world around her pulsated with the echoes of history, whispers of those who had come before her. She walked with purpose, every step a declaration, her mind swirling with thoughts of the many lives interwoven into the fabric of her own. Each stone beneath her feet seemed to tell a story, urging her forward, while shadows danced in the corners of her vision, hinting at the weight of unseen eyes watching her every move. On that fog-laden morning in 1776, the flicker of lantern light cast a warm glow against the chill in the air. The revolution was brewing, a storm of ideas and ambitions that threatened to upend the very foundation of society. Men and women alike were beginning to question the status quo, their voices rising in defiance against tyranny. Hannah was no stranger to the whispers of rebellion. She had listened to her father speak passionately about freedom, liberty, and the right to choose one's own destiny. She had absorbed the fervor in the tavern, where men gathered to discuss pamphlets penned by great thinkers like Thomas Paine. The words of these men ignited a fire within her, a fire that only grew brighter as she fought not just for her own rights, but the rights of all who felt oppressed. Hannah's influence was not just a product of her time. It was a reflection of the centuries of struggle that had led to this moment. She understood the sacrifices made by those who dared to dream of a better world. The suffragettes who marched for women's rights decades later had her as a forerunner, their bravery stemming from the seeds of change she helped plant. The echoes of their chants felt like a distant melody, one she could almost hear as she envisioned her future. The women who would stand alongside her, strong and unyielding. As news of battles reached her ears, the intensity around her only heightened. The rumble of cannons in the distance sent shivers down her spine, each boom a reminder that history was being forged in blood and sacrifice. It was a time when the very essence of humanity was being tested. Could they rise together as equals, or would they remain shackled to the chains of oppression? Hannah clutched a crumpled letter in her pocket, the words of her beloved etched deep into her heart. He had fought bravely, and though the fear of loss gnawed at her, she drew strength from his courage. She could not allow fear to silence her voice. Days turned into weeks, and the tension in the air grew thicker, like the impending storm. She gathered women in her small home, whispering of a world where their voices mattered. The sounds of laughter mingled with the echoes of their hopes, dreams spilling out into the night air, as they spoke of freedom, equality, and a future where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with men. The weight of history pressed down on them, but in that cramped room, they felt the lightness of possibility. Each woman who left Hannah's home carried a spark, spreading the fire of change through their communities. But the world was not ready for their dreams. The streets erupted in chaos as soldiers marched, their boots heavy with the weight of duty. Hannah watched from her window as families were torn apart, lives shattered by the violence of war. Fear clawed at her insides, but she refused to let it take hold. The flame of rebellion flickered in her chest, reminding her that even in the darkest times, hope could shine through. She recalled the stories of those who had stood before her, a lineage of warriors, each one fighting a battle in their own right. She was not alone. The very fabric of society was shifting, and it was in this tumultuous backdrop that Hannah found her voice. Political pamphlets began circulating, and she saw the power of words transform hearts and minds. She inked her own thoughts onto parchment, her words dancing with passion and fearlessness. "To be silent is to be complicit," she wrote, her heart racing as she imagined the impact of her words. With each letter she penned, she solidified her place in history, knowing that the fight for equality extended beyond her own story. As the years rolled on, the nation transformed. The Revolutionary War came to an end, and the world was radically changed. The echoes of those who had fought for freedom resonated deeply within Hannah's soul, shaping the very essence of her being. She could feel the pulse of the future, the stirrings of change that would eventually give rise to new movements, new battles, and new leaders. The fight for women's rights, the abolition of slavery, and the struggles for civil rights were all threads in the tapestry of human experience that Hannah had begun to weave. Yet, with every victory came new challenges. The shadows of doubt crept back, reminding her that the fight was far from over. She felt the weight of expectations bearing down on her shoulders. Would her actions resonate with future generations? Would they remember her name? The answer hung in the air, heavy and unresolved, twisting in a way that made her heart race with both hope and uncertainty. Amidst the backdrop of history, Hannah became a beacon for others. Women began to gather in droves, united by her vision of equality. They took to the streets, their voices rising in a chorus of demand for recognition and respect. But as their numbers swelled, so did the resistance. The streets grew darker, and the tension palpable. With each gathering, the threat of violence loomed ever closer. Yet, Hannah stood tall, her heart beating in rhythm with the fight for justice. She was part of something larger than herself, a movement fueled by shared dreams and unwavering resolve. And just as the dawn breaks following the darkest night, change began to flicker on the horizon. With every rally, every speech, and every passionate plea, Hannah felt the world shift beneath her feet. She could almost touch the future, feel its warmth enveloping her and guiding her steps. The course of history was bending, and she was at the helm, steering toward a new dawn, where dreams of equality and justice were no longer just whispers in the dark, but resounding echoes of a new world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows long and deep, Hannah knew the fight was far from over. She stood at the precipice of change, a battle still raging around her, her heart alive with hope and determination. The pages of history were still being written, and she was determined to ensure that her voice, and the voices of countless others, would be etched in time, echoing through the ages, a reminder that the quest for freedom never truly ends. The flickering candlelight danced across the ornate tapestries of the throne room, casting shadows that whispered secrets of power and ambition. In the midst of this regal splendor, women shaped the very foundations of monarchy, wielding influence far beyond the confines of their gilded cages. They were not mere figures in the background. They were the architects of nations, the silent strength behind the throne. In ancient Egypt, Cleopatra held court with an elegance that belied her fierce intelligence. Her beauty was famous, but it was her cunning that drew the likes of Julius Caesar and Mark Antony into her orbit. She understood the delicate dance of politics and seduction, using her charm to secure alliances that would strengthen her kingdom. As she stood on the banks of the Nile, her heart raced with the weight of her lineage and the dreams of her people. Every word she spoke was a careful note in the symphony of power, a melody that could either raise her to greatness or lead her to ruin. Across the sea, in the misty hills of Britain, Boudica rose to defy the Roman invaders. With fiery red hair flowing like a banner, she rallied her people, her voice a clarion call to arms. The loss of her daughters ignited a fierce fire within her, turning her grief into a weapon against oppression. The Romans had underestimated her, and as she led her warriors into battle, her heart thudded with a blend of rage and sorrow. Here stood a woman who would not be silenced, a force of nature who would fight for her legacy and the freedom of her people. In the courts of medieval Europe, women wielded their own brand of authority, shaping alliances through marriage and diplomacy. Eleanor of Aquitaine, a queen of remarkable wit and ambition, married 2 kings and became the mother of 3 more. Her influence spanned across countries, as her marriages wove a complex web of power that shifted the very landscape of Europe. Eleanor was a woman who understood the strategic importance of her role, crafting policies and alliances with the skill of a seasoned diplomat. She navigated the treacherous waters of court politics, her very existence a testament to the strength women could wield in the throes of patriarchal dominance. But the stakes were high, and the dangers were ever present. The whispers of jealousy and betrayal echoed through the halls of power. Women like Anne Boleyn climbed the steep and perilous staircase of monarchy, driven by ambition but aware of the precariousness of their ascent. As she captured the heart of Henry VIII, she ignited a firestorm of desire and danger, and her rise was as intoxicating as it was terrifying. The court watched with bated breath as she danced between love and execution, her sharp wit and charm both her armor and her downfall. The allure of power was palpable, but so were the consequences. Across the ages, the role of women in the rise of monarchy was often overlooked, their stories buried beneath the weight of history. Yet, in every kingdom, there were influential queens, regents, and noblewomen whose decisions shaped the course of nations. The tales of Catherine de' Medici, who filled the French court with both beauty and intrigue, reveal the complexities of female influence. As she maneuvered through plots and schemes, her heart beat fiercely for her children and their legacy. Yet her choices often led to bloodshed, painting her as both a protector and a villain in the eyes of history. In the shadows of the throne room, women were not simply consorts or mothers. They were rulers in their own right, holding power behind the scenes. The cunning of Empress Matilda in the 12th century marked her as a formidable contender for the English crown, challenging the norms of her time. Her fierce determination to claim her birthright led to a civil war that would change the fabric of the monarchy. Battling through a world determined to push her aside, her spirit was relentless, a beacon of hope for women yearning for power. The power struggles were fierce, and the ambition was fierce. Women like Elizabeth I stood at the helm of their destinies, embodying the very essence of monarchy. With a kingdom in her hands, she was a master of strategy, navigating both courtly love and political alliances with grace and grit. Her intelligence and resolve shone through as she faced the looming specter of the Spanish Armada, her heart filled with the weight of her country's fate. The Virgin Queen became a symbol of female strength, her reign a tapestry woven with triumphs and challenges that showcased the vital role women played in shaping the course of history. But the hearts of these women bore scars, too. The sacrifices made in the name of power often came at a steep price. Betrayals, loss, and the constant threat of violence loomed large. The tragic tales of queens like Mary, Queen of Scots, resonate with echoes of ambition and tragedy. Her life was a relentless pursuit of the crown, filled with peril and heartbreak, leading ultimately to her own execution. The poignant reality of her story underscores the thin line women walked as they navigated the treacherous waters of monarchy. Through the ages, the influence of women in the rise of monarchy has often been a tapestry of resilience, ambition, and sacrifice. Their stories weave into the very fabric of history, rich with emotion and tension, creating a narrative that is both complex and compelling. In every corner of every kingdom, the echoes of their voices, filled with determination, dreams, and desires, continue to resonate, reminding the world that the role of women in the rise of monarchy is a saga that deserves to be told, cherished, and remembered. As the shadows of the past linger, the stage is set for the next chapter of this gripping tale, where the line between power and peril blurs, and the stakes become ever higher. A soft, haunting melody floated through the air, carrying the weight of centuries in its notes. It was a song sung by mothers across the world, filled with longing and hope, echoing the tale of a woman named Hannah. The dim light of candle flames flickered, shadows dancing upon ancient walls, as people gathered in hushed reverence to recount her story. In this sacred moment, Hannah transformed into more than just a figure of lore. She became a symbol of resilience, love, and the universal struggle against despair. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the tale of Hannah resonated deeply within the Jewish community. Her fervent prayers for a child were not merely personal but reflected the collective yearning of women facing societal pressures and expectations. For them, Hannah was a heroine, a beacon of hope who dared to challenge the silence imposed by her own grief. In synagogue gatherings, her story sparked discussions among generations, inspiring countless women to share their own struggles with fertility and faith. The tears shed during these moments were not just for Hannah. They were for every mother who ever felt the sting of loss. Across the Mediterranean, in the vibrant marketplaces of Greece, Hannah's narrative took on a different hue. The ancient Greeks, who revered the concept of fate, interpreted her story through the lens of destiny and divine intervention. For them, Hannah's unyielding spirit exemplified the strength of the human will against the whims of the gods. Folktales emerged, depicting her as a tragic figure who defied her fate through sheer determination. Poets sang of her in verses, encapsulating the essence of hope in life's chaotic tapestry. Hannah, they whispered, became more than a mother. She became a force against the inevitable. Farther east, in the sprawling landscapes of Persia, Hannah was woven into the fabric of folklore as a wise woman whose pain transformed into wisdom. Here, storytellers spoke of her not just as a mother, but as a guide who navigated the labyrinth of grief. The tales often highlighted her compassion, emphasizing the lessons she imparted to those who sought her wisdom. Festivals emerged in her honor, where people would gather to share stories of loss and redemption, chanting her name like a sacred prayer. In this culture, Hannah's influence was palpable. She became a guardian of the brokenhearted, a figure who turned anguish into strength. Meanwhile, in the heart of Africa, the drumbeats echoed like a heartbeat, and Hannah's story resonated in powerful ways. Among various tribes, her name was synonymous with the spirit of motherhood, celebrated in vibrant dances and rituals. The tales told of Hannah's resilience became a source of inspiration for young women, urging them to embrace their identities and fight for their dreams despite the odds. Rituals were held to honor her, where elders shared stories of their struggles and triumphs, reminding the community that in vulnerability lay immense strength. Each beat of the drum echoed her spirit, urging the next generation to rise and claim their stories. In the lush valleys of the Andes, the indigenous communities spun Hannah's tale into a tapestry of cultural significance. For them, she was a symbol of the earth, of fertility and nourishment. The children of the mountains learned of her through songs that celebrated the cycles of life and the sacred bond between mothers and children. Hannah's trials were reflected in the mountain's own struggles, and her persistence became a metaphor for the endurance found in nature. The mountains echoed with her name as elders taught the young to honor their roots and the stories that shaped their identities. As stories traveled through the ages, Hannah's tale reached the shores of America, where immigrants carried it like a precious heirloom. In the bustling neighborhoods of New York, her story became a whispered hope among families navigating the challenges of a new land. The Jewish community embraced her as a matriarch, someone who understood the complexities of motherhood amidst uncertainty. They gathered in their homes, recounting her story, igniting the flames of tradition and resilience in the hearts of their children. Each recitation was a reminder of their shared struggles and dreams, a legacy passed from one generation to the next. In the vibrant streets of India, Hannah's story transformed yet again, reflecting the cultural complexities of a land steeped in myth and spirituality. Hindu mothers connected with her longing for a child, bringing offerings to altars adorned with flowers and incense. In temples, priests would invoke her name, intertwining her narrative with the sacred tales of goddesses and their trials. Festivals became a celebration of life and fertility, where the story of Hannah mingled with the divine, providing comfort to those who sought solace in her journey. Hannah's name echoed in discussions of faith in the Christian community as well, where she was viewed as a precursor to the Virgin Mary. Her unwavering faith and dedication served as a template for believers grappling with their own challenges. Churches celebrated her through sermons that emphasized the power of prayer and the importance of surrendering to divine will. The faithful gathered in quiet reflection, drawing strength from her story, finding comfort in the idea that they were never truly alone in their struggles. As night enveloped the world, Hannah's story continued to weave through the hearts of those willing to listen. Her journey transcended borders and cultures, resonating deeply with the very essence of humanity. In every corner of the globe, she stood as a testament to the strength found in vulnerability and the hope that flickers even in the darkest times. Each culture embraced her, transforming her narrative into their own, while the flames of countless candles flickered, illuminating the shared bond of life, love, and the relentless quest for connection. A story that would never truly end but merely transition into another chapter waiting to be told. In a dimly lit attic, dust motes danced in the slanting light, swirling like memories forgotten but never truly lost. Hannah sat on an old trunk, fingers tracing the edges of a faded photograph, the faces frozen in time beneath layers of yellowing paper. Her heart thudded in her chest as she felt the weight of their stories. Stories she had inherited, burdens she had carried. The photograph was a window into a past filled with struggles, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of hope. The sound of distant thunder rumbled, a reminder of the storm that raged both outside and within her. Each crash echoed the turmoil Hannah felt as she wrestled with her own challenges. She thought of her grandmother, a woman who had faced the world with unwavering strength, yet also with a vulnerability that Hannah had only begun to understand. The shadows of their shared history flickered in her mind, intertwining with the realities of life today. Hannah recalled how her grandmother had fled from persecution, her family torn apart by forces beyond their control. She remembered hearing the stories of narrow escapes, of nights spent in hiding, and the sheer audacity of hope that kept them going. It was those tales that echoed in her ears now, whispers of courage that inspired her to confront her own battles. The weight of the past pressed down on her, yet lifted her spirit. It was a reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. As she turned the photograph over, she discovered a note penned in her grandmother's careful handwriting. "In every hardship lies a lesson," it read. The words sent shivers down her spine. Had her grandmother known how her own life would shape Hannah's? How those lessons would reach across generations, binding their hearts in ways time could not sever. Tears brimmed in Hannah's eyes as the memories cascaded like a waterfall. She thought of her own challenges, each one a mountain looming ahead, daunting yet insurmountable. The pressure to succeed, the fear of failure, the relentless ticking of the clock, reminding her that every moment mattered. Could she muster the courage to face them, just as her grandmother had faced hers? The storm outside intensified, the wind howling as if echoing Hannah's inner turmoil. She could hear the rain pounding against the roof, a percussion of nature giving voice to her strife. In that moment, she felt a deep-seated connection to those who had come before her, as if the very air was charged with their struggles, their victories. Suddenly, a clap of thunder shook the attic, startling her from her reverie. Hannah's heart raced as she recalled stories of those who had stood their ground amid chaos. The suffragettes demanding the right to vote, their voices rising like a tide against oppression. Freedom fighters who had risked everything for a cause greater than themselves. In that moment, she realized that her own fight, though different, was part of the same tapestry of resilience. As the rain continued to drum a relentless beat, Hannah felt an awakening inside her, an ember igniting. The challenges she faced didn't dim her spirit, they fueled it. Each obstacle became a stepping stone rather than a barrier. She could almost hear her grandmother's voice urging her on, whispering of courage and tenacity. The photograph slipped from her fingers, landing face up on the floor. She knelt to pick it up, the faces smiling back at her, unyielding in their joy despite the struggles they had faced. Hannah felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, a fierce determination rising within her. She could almost hear the echoes of laughter and tears, a symphony of human experience resonating through time. With renewed energy, Hannah stood, her heart racing not from fear but from the sheer force of her resolve. The storm outside began to wane, the clouds parting to reveal a glimmer of sunlight breaking through, illuminating the attic like a sign of hope. Perhaps the universe was responding to her awakening, affirming her path forward. She glanced at the trunk beside her, a treasure trove of history waiting to be explored. It was filled with letters, diaries, and other relics of her family's past. Each piece held a story, a lesson that could guide her through her own trials. Hannah felt an inexplicable pull to dive deeper, to unravel the threads of her ancestors' lives that intertwined with her own. The more she learned, the more empowered she felt. With each rustle of paper, each word whispered from the past, Hannah could sense the strength of those who had come before her. Their struggles were imprinted in her DNA, their triumphs lighting the way. She was not alone in her fight. She carried within her the spirit of generations who had faced their own storms. As she sifted through the contents of the trunk, she stumbled upon a worn diary. The leather cover was cracked but still held the promise of secrets waiting to be uncovered. She opened it to a random page, and the words leapt off the page, raw, honest, and filled with yearning. "What if the struggle is not the enemy, but the teacher?" it read. Hannah's breath hitched, the question resonating deep within her. What if the very challenges that seemed to weigh her down were, in fact, opportunities for growth? What if every setback was a lesson in disguise, shaping her into the person she was meant to become? She felt a surge of determination. She would not shy away from her challenges. Instead, she would embrace them, allowing each trial to mold her character and fortify her spirit. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a fresh, earthy scent that wafted through the attic. In that moment, Hannah felt a profound sense of clarity. She would honor her ancestors by facing her challenges head-on, by weaving her story into the rich tapestry of those who had come before. The legacy of resilience was not just a gift, it was a responsibility. As she looked out of the attic window, the sun broke free from the clouds, casting golden rays across the landscape. The world outside, vibrant and full of life, mirrored the awakening within her. With a heart full of purpose, Hannah knew she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The past had shaped her, but it was her determination that would define her future. And as she stood, the echoes of her grandmother's strength reverberating in her soul, she felt an unshakable sense of belonging to something much larger than herself. The journey was just beginning. In a small, sun-drenched village in ancient Israel, the air crackled with the fervor of prayer and longing. Women gathered around the well, their voices rising and falling like the gentle waves of the nearby sea. Among them stood Hannah, her heart a tempest of sorrow and hope. She was marked by a profound pain, a yearning that echoed through the ages, the ache of barrenness. Each whispered prayer seemed to vibrate in the air around her, laden with the weight of her desire for a child. Hannah's life was a tapestry woven with threads of despair and faith. She often felt like a shadow in her own home, eclipsed by the laughter of Peninnah, her rival. This other woman bore children with ease, her joy a cruel reminder of what Hannah could not have. The sharp sting of jealousy mingled with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. It was a struggle played out not just in her heart, but in the very fabric of her existence. The world around her seemed to conspire against her, a relentless reminder of her silence when all she wanted was to shout her anguish into the heavens. On a day heavy with the scent of sacrifice, Hannah made her way to the tabernacle. The flickering flames of the altar danced in the twilight, casting a warm glow that offered a strange sense of solace. There, amid the scent of roasted offerings, she poured out her heart to God, her words tumbling forth like an unending river. "O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your servant and remember me." Her voice cracked, an echo of her pain, each syllable infused with desperation. This moment was not just a plea. It was a profound declaration of faith. Here was a woman who, despite being overlooked by society, dared to confront the Almighty with raw honesty. It was a theological pivot that would resonate through history. In her vulnerability, she stood not just as a mother-to-be but as a symbol of unwavering faith. The silence of the heavens felt heavy, as if the divine was listening intently, weighing her words with an eternal seriousness. As she continued to pray fervently, her body shook with the intensity of her emotions. Eli, the priest, watched her from a distance, his brow furrowing in confusion. "How long will you go on being drunk? Put your wine away," he called out, misunderstanding her anguish for inebriation. But Hannah's response was calm, a testament to her inner strength. "No, my lord, I am a woman troubled in spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink. I am pouring out my soul before the Lord." In that moment, a profound shift occurred, not just in the atmosphere but also in Eli. He sensed the authenticity of her despair, the raw, unfiltered truth that poured from her heart. "Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant your petition that you have made to him," he replied, his voice softer now, touched by her sincerity. The exchange was electric, an intersection of human experience and divine presence that sent shivers through those who witnessed it. Hannah's heart soared, buoyed by the touch of hope. She returned home with renewed spirit, her tears replaced by a flicker of belief that God had heard her. The theological implications of her story began to unfold. Hannah wasn't merely asking for a child. She was embodying a deeper longing for connection, for purpose. The promise she made to God, that if he granted her a son, she would dedicate him to the Lord's service, was groundbreaking. It was an act of faith that transcended the personal, echoing the themes of sacrifice and devotion that would resonate throughout the ages. As the months passed, the tension in her life grew palpable. Each moment of silence felt like an eternity, and every fleeting hope was met with another wave of despair. Yet, through her moments of anguish, Hannah clung to her faith. Her story intertwines with the threads of theological discourse. What does it mean to be heard by God? How does one reconcile personal suffering with divine silence? These questions rumbled through the fabric of time, inviting generations to reflect on the nature of faith and the human condition. Finally, the day came when Hannah's prayers were answered. She was blessed with a son, Samuel, whose very name echoed her journey, a name that meant heard by God. The joy of motherhood surged through her, a torrent that washed away years of sorrow. However, Hannah's joy was not without its challenges. She fulfilled her vow with a heart that both rejoiced and grieved. When she brought Samuel to the tabernacle to dedicate him to the Lord, the weight of her promise bore down on her. It was a moment of profound sacrifice, a testament to her faith in a God who had answered her prayers. The scene was charged with emotion as she placed the child into the care of Eli, her heart a turbulent sea of love and loss. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with prayers of gratitude and sorrow. "For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me my petition," she proclaimed, her voice trembling with the weight of her journey. In these moments, Hannah became a bridge between the ordinary and the divine, her life a narrative that would inspire countless believers. Theologically, Hannah's story challenges the reader to confront the complexities of faith, the intersections of hope and despair, the tension between personal sacrifice and divine fulfillment. Her life is more than a tale of barrenness and motherhood. It's a profound exploration of how human experiences resonate in the divine narrative. And as she stood there, with her heart breaking and mending all at once, the echoes of her prayer lingered in the air, a haunting melody that would reverberate through generations. The world outside the tabernacle continued to move, But within that sacred space, time stood still. The past and future coalesced in Hannah's presence, a moment charged with the potential for change, a story that would weave itself into the very fabric of Israel's history. Unbeknownst to her, this was just the beginning. The divine had plans that stretched far beyond her comprehension, intertwining her life with the destiny of a nation, as Samuel would rise to become one of the greatest prophets in Israel's history. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of the universe, the divine presence remained watchful, ready to weave the next thread into the ever-unfolding story of faith, sacrifice, and hope that is eternally intertwined with humanity. The village was cloaked in darkness, the air thick with the scent of fear and uncertainty. Night had descended like a heavy blanket, but for the people of this small town, it was not merely the absence of light that weighed them down. It was the fear of famine, the threat of war, and an unrelenting sense of despair. In the distance, the faint echoes of a church bell rang through the stillness, each toll a reminder of both hope and desperation. The villagers gathered, their faces etched with worry, their hands clasped in prayer, a simple act that would soon prove to be a lifeline. Among them stood a young woman named Eliza, a beacon of fragile hope. She was not a warrior or a leader, but her heart pulsed with a faith that could stir the very foundations of the earth. As a child, she often sat at her grandmother's feet, listening to stories of how faith had carried their family through times of untold hardship. The Great Depression, the World Wars, they all bore witness to the resilience of the human spirit, sometimes ignited by nothing more than a flicker of belief. On this night, she remembered those tales, clutching them tightly as if they were a shield against the encroaching darkness. As the villagers joined hands, they formed a circle that pulsed with energy. They recited prayers, words that had been passed down through generations, each syllable infused with the weight of history. With every utterance, a warmth spread through Eliza's chest, a connection to those who had come before, who had faced their own demons and emerged on the other side. She glanced around at the faces of her neighbors, each one a reflection of her own fears, yet also a testament to the power of unity. Their voices rose together, creating a symphony of longing and hope, each note a lifeline stretched toward the heavens. Suddenly, a cry pierced the night, a shout of alarm. A band of marauders had been spotted on the outskirts of the village, their intentions as dark as the night sky. Panic rippled through the crowd, and in an instant, faith was put to the test. Eliza's heart raced, but she felt an unshakable urge to stand firm. She stepped forward, her voice rising above the tumult. "We cannot let fear tear us apart. Let us face them together with courage and faith." Her words resonated like the tolling bell, stirring something deep within the villagers. One by one, they found their voice, echoing her call to stand together. History had taught them that in unity, there was strength. They recalled the spirit of their ancestors, who had rallied in the face of adversity, and they found comfort in the shared experience of survival. As the marauders drew closer, shadows flickering in the torchlight, the villagers formed a line, arms locked, hearts racing but spirits lifted. As the first sound of clashing swords rang out, Eliza felt a fire igniting within her. It was a burning faith that transcended fear, a belief that they were not fighting for mere survival but for their very essence as a community. The chaos around her faded as she focused on the faces of her friends and neighbors, their eyes filled with determination. She thought of the stories her grandmother had told, the tales of people who had stood against overwhelming odds, defying the darkness with nothing more than hope and a collective spirit. The battle raged on, a blur of motion and sound. Yet through it all, Eliza remained anchored by her faith. In moments of stillness between the clashes, she whispered silent prayers, her heart a steady drumbeat of resolve. She could almost feel the presence of those who had come before her, guiding her, urging her to fight not just with weapons but with the power of belief. It was faith that had carried them this far. It was faith that would see them through. In the heat of the struggle, a moment arose that would change everything. Just as defeat seemed imminent, a flicker of hope appeared on the horizon. A group of soldiers from a neighboring town, drawn by the sound of battle, charged in to assist. Their arrival was like a beam of sunlight piercing through the clouds, igniting the spirits of the villagers. Eliza's heart soared as she realized that faith had brought them together, a bond stronger than any sword. As the tide of battle turned, she witnessed the profound truth that faith was not just a quiet whisper in the night. It was a roaring flame that could ignite courage within the hearts of the weary. The villagers rallied, fighting not just for their lives, but for one another. With every swing of a sword, with every step forward, they became more than just individuals seeking survival. They became a unified force, powered by a belief that transcended fear. When the last of the marauders fled, the village erupted in a cacophony of cheers and tears. People embraced, their joy mingling with disbelief. They had faced the abyss and emerged victorious, a testament to the incredible strength that faith could instill. Eliza stood amidst them, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. She looked up to the sky, whispering a prayer of gratitude, feeling that divine connection she had always cherished. Yet, even in their moment of triumph, shadows still lingered. The scars of battle would remain, and the road ahead was uncertain. They would need to rebuild, not just their homes, but their spirits. The battle was won, but the war against adversity was far from over. As the villagers began to tend to the wounded and rebuild what had been lost, Eliza felt a renewed sense of purpose. The faith that had carried them through the night was now the heartbeat of their community. It bound them together, weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience that would guide them through whatever challenges lay ahead. Each act of kindness, each shared moment of laughter, was a thread in that tapestry, growing stronger with each passing day. They would face the future as one, united by a faith that had proven its power in the darkest of times. As the sun began to rise over the village, casting a golden hue upon the remnants of the battle, Eliza stood at the edge of her home, heart swelling with gratitude and determination. She understood now that faith was not merely a feeling. It was a force that could overcome even the greatest of adversities. And as she looked toward the horizon, she knew that whatever came next, they would face it together, guided by the light of faith that could illuminate even the darkest paths. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient land of Shiloh, where a woman named Hannah once walked with a heart full of longing. She stood at the threshold of her life's most painful moment, yearning for a child, a dream that felt as distant as the stars twinkling above her. Her prayers echoed in the silence, rising like smoke from a burning altar, each plea a desperate cry for hope. In that moment, she became more than just a figure from ancient texts. She transformed into a symbol of every person who has ever felt the gnawing ache of unfulfilled desire. Hannah's story was not merely her own. It resonated with the struggles of countless women across generations, those who faced judgment, isolation, and the insistent questioning of their worth. As Hannah poured out her soul in the temple, her lips moving silently in prayer, her pain became palpable, a thread of raw emotion weaving through time. The priest Eli, witnessing her anguish, misinterpreted her silent prayers as drunkenness, a reflection of society's harsh judgments on those who dared to be vulnerable. This disconnect between Hannah and Eli illustrated the often painful silence that surrounds those in despair. The historical backdrop of the Israelite community, rife with its own struggles for identity and faith, mirrored Hannah's battle. The societal expectations of women at the time shackled many to the roles they were expected to fulfill, leaving little room for personal desires. Yet here was Hannah, breaking through the chains of expectation, her tears a testament to her unwavering faith. For contemporary readers, the lessons from Hannah's life are profound. She teaches the importance of authenticity in the face of adversity. In a world where social media floods our lives with curated images of perfection, Hannah's raw vulnerability calls for a return to honesty. She wasn't afraid to express her deepest sorrow and desires, reminding us that it is okay to show our true selves, flawed, broken, and real. As her story unfolds, the tension rises, each moment charged with Hannah's fervent hope. Her vow to God, promising that if granted a son, she would dedicate him to divine service, became a turning point. It was not just a bargain. It was a testament to her faith and the depth of her yearning. The act of making such a promise required immense courage, a leap into the unknown, and her willingness to let go of her deepest desire for a greater purpose. In a world where many still cling to their dreams and ambitions with a fierce grip, Hannah's lesson is one of surrender. She exemplifies the beauty of relinquishing control, trusting that there is a plan greater than our understanding. The weight of her promise hung in the air, heavy with implications, a poignant reminder that sometimes the act of giving is the key to receiving. The tension reached a fever pitch when she finally bore a son, Samuel, her heart bursting with joy and gratitude. Yet, the moment of triumph was not without its shadows. Hannah dedicated Samuel to God, an act that must have torn at her heartstrings. The realization that her son, whom she had longed for so fiercely, would now serve a higher calling was a bittersweet victory. In this, a lesson emerges about the complexity of motherhood and the sacrifices that often accompany love. For readers today, this profound emotional struggle speaks volumes. In a culture that often glorifies personal achievement at the expense of deeper connections, Hannah reminds us that true fulfillment often lies in selflessness and the willingness to let go. Her story is a call to examine the motivations behind our desires and to consider how our actions can contribute to something larger than ourselves. As Hannah left the temple, her spirit surged with renewed hope, yet her heart undoubtedly bore the weight of her promise. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent promise that her story was far from over. Each step she took resonated with the echoes of her prayers, a rhythm that felt both triumphant and haunting. The journey of motherhood was just beginning, and with it came a new set of challenges, navigating the balance between personal dreams and divine purpose. In a world that often demands immediate results, Hannah's patience in waiting for Samuel to grow offered a lesson in resilience. Her unwavering faith during the years of barrenness cultivated an inner strength that would serve her well. It became a testament to perseverance, urging contemporary readers to embrace their own periods of waiting and uncertainty. The struggle is a part of the journey, and like Hannah, they must learn to trust the timing of their lives. As her story continued to unfold, the tension lingered in the air, a palpable reminder that every heartache and joy was interwoven with the fabric of life itself. Hannah's legacy, rich with lessons of faith, sacrifice, and resilience, beckoned the reader to ponder their own narrative. How often do we find ourselves in moments of despair, longing for something just beyond our grasp? How do we navigate the complexities of our own dreams while remaining true to ourselves and our commitments? The shadows of the past intertwined with the light of Hannah's hope, creating a tapestry of life's enduring struggle between desire and reality. As the sun set on Shiloh, casting golden hues over the land, Hannah stood as a beacon for those seeking solace amid their trials. Her story was a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the flicker of hope could ignite a fire of transformation. The lessons learned from her life transcended time, calling out to every soul wrestling with their own deeply held desires and dreams. And so, the story moves forward, drawing the reader deeper into the intricate web of Hannah's life, where each moment holds a lesson and every emotion bears the weight of history, urging the heart to feel and the mind to reflect as the journey continues. In a dusty corner of an ancient marketplace, a young boy clutched a scroll, his fingers trembling as he unfolded the delicate parchment. The sunlight streamed through the cracks of the old stone walls, illuminating words that had echoed through generations. They spoke of a man named Samuel, a name that stirred the hearts of many, prophet, judge, and a pivotal figure whose legacy wove through the very fabric of time. It was not just Samuel's life that would unfold from the scroll, but the entire history of Israel, like a tapestry rich with color and emotion. Samuel, born under the shadow of despair, was the answer to a mother's desperate prayer. Hannah, aching for a child, vowed to give him to God, and in her fervent pleas, the seeds of a mighty legacy took root. This boy, who once was nothing more than a whisper in a barren room, grew up in the temple under the watchful eye of Eli, the high priest. The air crackled with a sense of destiny as Samuel learned to listen to the very voice of God. Each night, as he lay in his sleeping quarters, the echoes of divine whispers began to shape him, crafting a man of purpose in a world rife with chaos. Years slipped by, and the innocence of childhood faded, replaced by the weight of responsibility. Samuel stood in the presence of kings, feeling the cool, hard grip of their hands as they sought his counsel. It was an era of turmoil, with the Israelites clamoring for a king, yearning for strength and stability. Yet Samuel, with the wisdom of a prophet, understood the gravity of their request. He saw their hearts, filled with fear and longing, but he also sensed the danger of such a choice. The stories of their ancestors, wandering in the desert, echoed in his mind. A battle against oppression, a call to be set apart. The tumult of emotions surged within him when he relayed God's message to the people. "You will be like the nations around you, but I will still be your God." Samuel's heart ached for them. How could he convey the truth that power often comes at a price? Still, the people demanded a king, and reluctantly, Samuel anointed Saul, a man who stood tall and handsome, a figure the people could rally behind. As he poured oil on Saul's head, a wave of foreboding washed over him. Was this the answer to their prayers, or the beginning of their downfall? Time churned on. The land that had once been filled with the promise of God now felt overshadowed by the looming figure of a king who began to falter. Samuel's heart weighed heavy with disappointment as he watched Saul's rebellion against divine commands. The young prophet became a man torn between the fierce love for his people and the sorrow of a father watching a son stray from the truth. Samuel's words grew sharper. His voice resonated with the authority of the Almighty. "To obey is better than sacrifice," he proclaimed, his eyes fiery with conviction. In the quiet of night, Samuel would often linger in prayer, seeking solace in the presence of God. He felt the isolation of his calling, carrying the burden of prophecy while watching his beloved nation drift further into darkness. Yet, in that solitude, a flicker of hope remained. God guided Samuel to David, a shepherd boy with a heart full of faith. It was in David that Samuel found a new beginning, a chance to breathe life back into the flickering flame of Israel's future. Anointing David in the shadows, he recognized the unyielding spirit of a leader who would unite the people rather than divide them. But the path was not without trials. The tension between Saul and David grew, igniting a bitter conflict that pulled Samuel into the heart of a storm he could not calm. David, the beloved of God, had to flee, chased by a king whose heart had turned cold. Samuel felt the gut-wrenching pain of losing his chosen. In the shadows of the wilderness, he prayed for guidance, seeking the will of God amidst the turmoil. In those moments of despair, Samuel's influence echoed through the ages. His legacy was not merely in the anointing of kings but in the faith he instilled in the hearts of a people. He became the bridge between the divine and the earthly, a voice that called forth truth in times of deception. The people remembered Samuel not just as a judge or a prophet but as a steadfast heart that beat for their salvation. As the years unfolded, the scroll in the boy's hands began to reveal the deeper truths behind Samuel's life. The legacy was not merely a series of events but a living testament to the power of faith. It was about standing firm in the face of adversity, about listening to the call of God even when it seemed the world was against you. The boy's heart raced. He sensed that this was just the beginning of a much larger story. Samuel's legacy pulsated through the lines of Scripture, igniting the hearts of future generations. But what lay ahead? What would become of David, the king shaped by Samuel's hand? As whispers of battles and triumphs filled the air, the boy felt the tension of anticipation hanging thick like the summer heat. Each word he read promised a ripple effect that would stretch far beyond Samuel's own life, weaving through the pages of history, igniting passions, and stirring souls. With each turn of the scroll, the boy held tightly to the knowledge that Samuel's journey was not an end but a launchpad. Echoes of his prayers, his struggles, and his unwavering faith would resonate through the hearts of many, shaping destinies and igniting movements that would transcend time. Samuel was more than a historical figure. He was a heartbeat in the story of humanity, a reminder that one person's unwavering faith could change the course of an entire nation. In that vibrant moment filled with emotion, the boy closed his eyes, imagining himself standing beside Samuel on the precipice of history. The air was charged with divine possibility, and the future felt as tangible as the ink on the scroll. With a deep breath, he knew this was only the start of an incredible tale, a legacy that would echo through time, a reminder that faith, courage, and love could ignite the most profound changes, even when the world felt drenched in shadows. The weight of the past pressed down on the small town, casting shadows that whispered secrets only the wind seemed to understand. A chill danced through the air as the leaves curled in the autumn breeze, carrying with them echoes of a story that refused to fade. Hannah's story was woven into the very fabric of the community, her name uttered in reverence, her struggles serving as a beacon of resilience. In the dim light of the old library, dust motes floated lazily, illuminated by shafts of sunlight piercing through the grimy windows. Here, among the shelves that sagged under the burden of countless untold tales, a group of eager children gathered. They listened intently as Miss Thompson, the town's beloved librarian, recounted Hannah's tale. Her voice trembled with emotion when she spoke of the night Hannah had faced adversity head-on, a lone figure standing against a tide of despair. The children leaned in closer, their eyes wide with wonder, each heartbeat echoing the tension of that pivotal moment. "Do you know what it was like for Hannah?" Miss Thompson asked, her gaze piercing through the silence. She wasn't just fighting for herself. She was fighting for every single person who felt powerless. The room held its breath, each child hanging onto her every word. As she narrated, the scenes of Hannah's life unfurled like petals in bloom. The night was cold and unforgiving, yet Hannah stood in the clearing, the full moon casting an ethereal glow around her. She could feel the weight of her family's struggles, the echoes of laughter that once filled their home, now replaced by haunting silence. The town had turned its back on her, branding her a pariah for daring to dream. But her heart burned with an unquenchable fire. Across town, the stories of others intertwined with hers, their lives influenced by Hannah's courage. Old Mr. Jenkins, sitting in his faded armchair, caught glimpses of his own battles in Hannah's tale. The war had stripped him of his youth, leaving scars deep enough to never fully heal. Yet, hearing of Hannah ignited a spark within him. The way she had stood tall lit a path for him to follow. He found himself recounting his own story to the young, his words laced with newfound strength. In one of the shadowy corners of the library, a young girl named Lily was captivated by the story. Her own life was shrouded in uncertainties, often feeling invisible in the chaos around her. Hannah's journey resonated deeply, each twist and turn echoing her silent struggles. The more she listened, the more emboldened she felt. With every word, she imagined herself standing beside Hannah, facing the storm together, hand in hand. Just outside the library, the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue that seemed to wrap the town in warmth. But that warmth belied a deeper chill, one born from collective memories of heartbreak and hope. Hannah had endured so much, and yet her spirit soared above the shadows. As Miss Thompson's voice filled the room, the children could almost see Hannah, her silhouette stark against the horizon, arms outstretched as if to embrace the world. In that moment, Hannah's story transformed into a lifeline. It became a reminder that strength could be found in vulnerability, that even when the world seemed to conspire against you, a flicker of hope could ignite the fiercest of fires. Each child in the library began to weave their own narratives, inspired by the threads Hannah had spun into the world. Outside, the wind began to rise, whispering Hannah's name through the branches of the ancient trees. The townsfolk paused, feeling the shift in the air. Men and women, young and old, lifted their heads in unison, sensing that something profound was taking root. The very essence of Hannah's journey permeated the town, reminding them of their own stories, their own struggles, and the power of unity. As dusk fell, the shadows lengthened, but instead of fear, a sense of determination enveloped the town. People gathered in small clusters, sharing their own experiences, each tale a testament to the resilience Hannah had inspired. They spoke of struggles and triumphs, their voices rising above the murmur of the encroaching night. In the heart of it all, A sense of community blossomed, fueled by the embers of Hannah's courage. Families came together, neighbors reached out, and the isolation that had gripped the town began to dissipate. The bonds formed that night were forged in a shared understanding that Hannah's story was not just hers alone. It belonged to everyone who had ever felt lost, unheard, or unseen. As the stars began to twinkle high above, a new energy pulsed through the streets, one born from Hannah's enduring influence. It wrapped around the town like a comforting quilt, stitching lives together in ways they had never imagined. Each heartbeat echoed a promise that they would rise together, just as Hannah had done. In that shared moment of connection, the town discovered not just the echo of Hannah's story, but the power of their collective voice. They understood that echoes fade with time, but stories, real, heartfelt stories, become legacies. With every recounting of Hannah's struggles, the very foundation of their lives shifted, rewriting the narrative of their existence. And so the night wore on, a tapestry of emotions woven tightly with laughter and tears, fears and hopes. The library, once a quiet refuge, now pulsed with life, a testament to the enduring influence of Hannah's story. Outside, the moon cast a watchful gaze on the town below, as if to remind them that no matter how dark the night, there is always a glimmer of light waiting just beyond the horizon, ready to guide them forward. The sun hung low in the sky, casting hues of orange and crimson across the ancient landscape, reminiscent of the profound struggles and triumphs that had played out upon this very soil. All around, the whispers of history lingered, echoing the tales of those who walked before. Figures like David, Moses, and Esther, whose lives intertwined with divine purpose and human frailty. In this rich tapestry, one could sense the gravity of their choices, the weight of their destinies, and the relentless theme of redemption that pulsed through their stories. As the shadows lengthened, the figure of Jonah emerged from the pages of Scripture, a reluctant prophet swallowed by a great fish, spat out upon the shores of Nineveh, an emblem of second chances. He stood at a crossroads, much like David when he faced Goliath, heart pounding with both fear and determination. Jonah's journey was not only about a city that needed saving, but also about a heart that needed to be softened. There was an undeniable thread woven between these two biblical figures. Both were called to confront the insurmountable, and both had to grapple with their own sense of duty versus personal desire. Would Jonah rise to the challenge, or would he continue to flee, much like Moses had when he hesitated before Pharaoh? Moses, a man raised in the palace yet drawn by the cries of his people, stood as a figure of courage and conviction. He had fled to the desert, only to be summoned back to confront the very power he had escaped. In a searing moment of revelation, he heard the voice of God through the burning bush, a moment that would change the trajectory of his life. Could Jonah find his burning bush? Would he hear the call that echoed through eternity, urging him to embrace his role in the divine narrative? The tension mounted as Jonah wrestled with his own fears and doubts. The weight of the world pressed down upon him, much like the burden David bore when he stood before the towering giant. David, a shepherd boy armed only with faith and a slingshot, faced Goliath not just with courage, but with a profound understanding of his purpose. "Who is this Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God?" he declared, igniting a fire within his own heart and the hearts of those around him. The roar of the crowd, the tension in the air, it was as if every soul held its breath for that decisive moment. Jonah's rebellion felt akin to that initial hesitation of David's brothers, who questioned their young siblings' place on the battlefield. There was a powerful lesson buried in their stories, a reminder that greatness often springs from unexpected places, and that God sees beyond our hesitations. Would Jonah find the faith to stand tall in his calling, or remain gripped by fear, like the disciples who faltered when the winds threatened to overturn their boat? The echoes of Esther's bravery resonated through the ages, a queen who risked everything to save her people. She had stood before the king, her heart racing, yet her resolve unshakable. "If I perish, I perish," she had said, a poignant declaration that pierced the air and captured the essence of true courage. In contrasting Jonah's reluctance with Esther's boldness, the weight of their choices stood starkly illuminated. both called to act, yet responding in such different ways. Would Jonah realize that, like Esther, he too had the power to influence change, to be a vessel for God's will? The stories weave together in a symphony of faith and fear, each figure grappling with the choices laid before them, the call of heaven pulling at their hearts. Jonah's struggle became a mirror reflecting the battles faced by those who preceded him. The anguish of doubt, the desire for escape, and the ultimate longing for acceptance all found their resonance in the lives of David, Moses, and Esther. As Jonah contemplated his next move, the weight of a city's salvation rested upon his shoulders. The stakes were immense. The call to Nineveh was not just a task, but a chance at redemption. Would he echo the triumphant spirit of David, who had achieved the impossible? Would he summon courage akin to Esther's, stepping into the unknown for the sake of others? The air thickened with anticipation as Jonah wrestled with the God of second chances, the God who had turned the hearts of kings and the destiny of nations. The choice lay before him like an open sea, vast and uncharted. Would he leap into the unknown, or would he linger in the shadows of his own fears, paralyzed by the weight of expectation? Each heartbeat reverberated with the stories of those who had come before him, urging him to rise, to embrace the call that had been placed upon his life. In the distance, the looming silhouette of Nineveh beckoned, a city ripe for change, much like the hearts of those who had journeyed through trials and triumphs. And as Jonah stood on the precipice of his decision, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a final glow upon the land. This moment was not just his. It was interwoven with the threads of all who had come before him, a reminder that every choice made in faith could ripple through history, impacting lives in ways unseen. The stories of David, Moses, Esther, and Jonah were not mere tales from the past. They were living lessons of courage and doubt, of faith and fear, all intricately connected by the divine thread of purpose. And as Jonah took a deep breath, summoning the strength of all those who had faced their fears and triumphed, the path ahead began to unfurl like a scroll, with the promise of God's presence lighting the way. The narrative continued, a holy unfolding drawing nearer, with each heartbeat echoing the call to action that had been whispered since time immemorial.